Greetings, mortals, and welcome back
to eventually Might and Magic, but first we're going to see if we can get through this tutorial. I was thinking about just doing it last night, and then I decided not to. So we're gonna get through this tutorial. It's gonna be good. I should start pronouncing it like Markiplier does tutorial. For no other reason than that I've never heard anybody pronounce it that way except him, and it like stuck in my head because he does it consistently. He's always done it. Actually, you don't need to see user Google. It's fine. I don't think that there's anything on the load-in screen that is like information that I don't want you all seeing, but I don't necessarily trust this company for some reason. Much more likely to get information I don't want you seeing in the actual menus, if we're being honest, but that's beside the point. Welcome, Google. Okay, so we're starting things off with trying to escape this thing. Oh, look at that. It's a cute bird that we probably can only interact with by butchering it or something. Press F to interact with bird. Anyway, so I actually technically have not tried. I haven't tried pressing E when I'm not near it to try and like activate the skill without doing anything to it. I wonder if I can block line of sight with this. I don't know whether it's going to auto-target or not because I haven't done any combat. I can't unleash an elemental skill while I'm climbing. So there's that. But yeah, like... Ooh, wait! I'm in the water. I'm in the water. We're cooking. We're cooking. Is it just going to let me go? No, it's not. It's not. So, this thing just appeared randomly. It didn't appear in a cutscene. There was a cutscene where we talked about how I am a member of the master race and superior to all others, and that wasn't what my character said. That was what the random pixie said. But then my character's just like, yeah, that's true. And then they moved on. Like, no need to further explain this. So that conversation happened immediately after a conversation about the arrogation of humanity. So that seems appropriate. Let's see if we can hit E while we have our line of sight blocked.
Windblade.
Defeat one slimes. There's only one slime, and it's not hostile. I think we might have reached a dead end. Okay, is there a way to skip this by just skipping the tutorial? That's the real question. Can I skip the tutorial? Maybe I should move this up here just in case. User ID isn't that important, right? Someone can add me as a friend. I don't need to care. It doesn't matter. I'm not doxing myself by losing the privacy of my user ID in game. I don't give a shit. for Genshin of all things. Okay. Is there those options menus though, those are potentially dangerous. Do I have the ability to skip this quest? Can I go to... How do I get a quest thing? There we go. So if we can... Can I cancel this quest somehow? We're going to have to Google this. We're going to have to Google this if we're going to figure this out. It's just going to have to be a thing. Let's see. I like how the thing that I'm getting is you can skip the tutorial if you need / want to from 4 years ago on Reddit / New World Game, which is not Genshin. It doesn't have the word Genshin in it. So I don't know why that is the top result. Okay, there's a TikTok that seems to be indicating that there's a life hack involving clicking a bunch of random buttons after the idle animation has happened. That seems unlikely to work, and probably also not a thing I want to click on because it involves clicking on the store. And also I don't want to click on the link because it's a TikTok link and I don't want to play a TikTok video while I'm streaming or at any other time. Why is there no dialogue? See. Skip button DIY. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's like, it seems like half of Reddit is talking about how, oh no, you shouldn't be able to skip because most of the game is about the plot. And then the other half are like, yeah, the plot is garbage. it is a perfectly ordinary. It is exactly what you would expect it to be. If you read a third of the dialogue, you'll know everything that's happening. That's rough. It's like that time that I was trying to. I was playing one of the Tales of games, and I was like, this is a very cool concept. Like, the way the gameplay is structured is a thing that, like, I want to play, like, a better version of this. Like, this isn't terribly well implemented. So, what's the best game in the series so that I can, like, switch to that one? And everyone's like, the one that you're playing is the best one in the series. And I'm like, no. How is this the best implementation? This is a garbage implementation of very cool ideas. No! It's very sad. But yeah, I'm not seeing a way to skip through the tutorial unless this button does something that I need. What? No, probably not. Oh wow, it really shows your user ID everywhere. So if you stream this game, you really can't hide yourself, huh? Because the other time, the user ID showed up here last time, and it shows up down here on this screen for no reason. Like, why do I need my user ID on the quest window? That's a crazy thing to put on screen for no reason. I think we might be boned, gang. Like, this is obviously not hostile. I have no reason to fight it. So, given that there doesn't seem to be a way to just skip the tutorial, and using the ability didn't give me anything useful. The thing that's funny is that the quest doesn't even tell you what you need to do at all. Like, it doesn't describe the state. Oh, it describes the stage here, I guess. Like, reading this and it's like, you go investigate. Okay, what does this have to do with this? There's no, like, reason to get involved with this. What if I do... How? What if I go this way instead? What if I drown myself? If I drown myself? Please? Okay. Wait. We're cooking? We're not cooking. We're not cooking. We didn't get off the island. Okay. Wait, what if we kill ourselves? Because that actually did cause damage. So we'll first check if I can just get over here. Wait! We were cooking. We were cooking. Okay. What if we drown ourselves? Actually, though. But actually, what if we were to drown ourselves completely to death? If we drown ourselves to death, then maybe something will happen. Right? We're cooking here. We're cooking here. This is going to work. This is going to work. We're going to get out of this soft lock. We're going to make this run work. Okay? We're going to make this run work. Look, one of the things that's weird about having a beard is the fact that, like, especially right after you've shaved, you can, like, if you have, like, an itch on your hand, instead of scratching the itch with your other hand, you can just rub it against your sandpaper face and get the job done. Like, way better than you could with your nails. Stop tier. Stop tier. Everyone should have at least half a beard. And no more. Which I guess means exactly half a beard. If it's at least that and also no more. Okay, this is fine. So all we have to do is drown ourselves about a dozen more times. It's fine. It's fine. We're definitely not accidentally creating some sort of weird torture porn, okay? That's definitely not what's actually happening here in order to avoid killing a single slime. Look, if I had known that part of my adventure was going to involve repeatedly committing suicide in the water, I probably would have chosen the guy, okay? Not because I don't, have objections to, men being drowned to death. Don't clip me. Ooh, we have a tutorial thing that's trying to tell me not to drown myself, probably. But yeah, if we die enough times, then maybe we can make this happen. But yeah, truly batshit that right-click and shift have the same functionality on this keyboard. That to me is one of the wildest things. Okay. We hit revive. Okay, that was predictable, but was it predicted? Was it predicted? No, because we didn't make a prediction in chat for how that would go. So nobody can tell me that they had it predicted, because mechanically, it was not predicted. Wait, why am I healing? Oh, because of this thing. Right, I saw that. Okay, so am I going to waste a bunch of charges off of this thing? I guess it doesn't matter, because I don't think I'm going to get past this point. I wish... The issue is that I don't have the... Wait, no, we're not cooking. It is very funny that the game has such a limited stamina system. Like, it's very silly. Okay, we're gonna go over here. And is there a place that we can get away from this wall? We can jump. So maybe we could jump over the invisible wall. Maybe we could trigger the invisible wall while we're initiating a climbing animation. We can't get to the climbing position. I don't know, y'all. I don't know that we're gonna get out of this. I feel like Genshin might just be a dead game. But hey, at least we confirmed that the term arrogation is the correct word to describe our character. You did not miss literally anything. Well, that's not true. You did miss me pressing E once behind this pillar. There, you're caught up. So, you're caught up now. So, basically, as far as I can tell, there's no way to skip the tutorial. And if there is a way to skip this quest, it's going to be very janky and probably get my account banned, if we're being honest. Like, it seems like the kind of company that would not appreciate that based off the fact that they don't have a skip button for dialogue. So we've got to land. If I could get to a place where I can initiate some sort of weird animation to activate while it's trying to teleport me, to cancel the teleport, I might be able to leave this area without doing this. But I just don't think it's going to happen. I think this is just the end of the road. The really funny thing is I can't even interact with that question mark. They have a question mark up in the corner. It's presumably some sort of tutorial thing telling me not to drown myself. It doesn't tell me how to get to that button. So, as another example of like poorly ported actions, that UI element comes from the phone version where you would just tap it with your finger. But your mouse cursor is disabled because it turns the camera. So I would guarantee you that that's some phone design right there, right? It's all over the game. Like this, I just right clicked. This interaction is heinous. It's an insane thing. Alt, okay. Yes, ask your kitty. You're telling me that I have to hit Alt to enable a mouse cursor to interact with basic user interface functionality, and you're telling me you can't tell this game was made for a telephone? You are a liar. You lied to me. You lied straight to my face. You lied to my face. This is a betrayal? That is an insane interaction. I was thinking you were just going to say you just press H for help. On fundamental principles. This is a betrayal on such a fundamental level. Yeah, I don't. Unfortunately, see, the thing is that I would like to be able to provide more color commentary on Genshin Impact, because I do think that it's funny that, like, so wow. Is this the thing that I got? It is. Wow. You got it in one. It was G. Why is it G? Does J do anything? J is journal, right? Okay. So they at least have J for journal. Why G? That's a crazy key to press to get the tutorials up. Anyway, guide? That's not a guide. That's a tutorial. It says tutorial. It doesn't say guide. Look, in terms of basic terminology, this is a guide, right? Like, linguistically, this is a guide. Your quest log is a guide. This is not a guide, right? This is like a codex of tutorials. A guide has narration to it. It has like a narrative to it. It's like got a through line of like, oh, we're doing a thing. Like, look, if you're going to the Grand Canyon and your guide waits until you are half starved to death before they tell you that you should have brought food, that's not a guide. That's possibly a serial killer. But yeah, like context dependent codex entries that appear to give you tutorials on mechanics as they arrive are not guides. That is not a guide. That's not what that word means. It has a much more clear definition of it is supposed to steer you toward future behavior. That a guide has to have a steering component. It absolutely, I will not accept any definition of guide that includes random bullshit codex that only tells you things that you already have interacted with. I refuse to accept this narrative. No way. No shot. And the game also doesn't call it that. No, it's G because they just because they're just randomly putting buttons here. Look what right click does, and tell me they put it on G because they thought guidebook, and not because they're just like, move. This is what right clicking does. Want to know what shift does? That's what shift does. The two most prized pieces of real estate for your user interface, like the control scheme's most important things are duplicating each other. That's crazy. Anyway, I guess we have 6 minutes left. We might as well just start up Might and Magic, because I don't think we're gonna get through this. I don't have the skill set necessary to know how I would try to get through this invisible wall, or try to trick the game into thinking that I've killed a thing that I haven't. Yeah, Crosscode is also a phone game. I'm calling it now. You don't see a problem with dash being on both right click and shift? Then you're crazy. On both buttons. Look, it's crazy to have it on right click. That's a crazy place to have a dash, like a sprint, okay? That's a crazy place to put it, because that's not where it belongs. Look, I'm not some right-handed, cripple who can't use their left hand. So maybe this is different for people who are right-handed and don't know how to use their hands, but the idea of putting a sprint on my mouse is crazy to me. Like, it's always shift. It's shift, right? So it's a little weird to put it there in the first place. To put it there and shift is madness. That's pure madness. That's pure phone game bullshit, okay? That's absolutely, this person is not... You know what that is to me? That, to me... You probably can't. The thing that it speaks to me is we don't have a complicated enough game to use all of your mouse keys. Though it would be funny to check if you even can. Give me a second. We still have 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes. We're cooking. Give me a second. The thing is that you can't remap the controls very well. The control scheme remapping is cobbled together nonsense. At least it is for the controller. So we're going to see if it's cobbled together nonsense for the thing as well. But you have an ult and you have a special ability, and you put those on E, which is a weird place to put those. It's not that weird, but it's a little weird to put it on E, because that's typically your interact button, right? And so they've moved the interact button over to F or something, which is also fairly standard, right? E and F are the two standard buttons for that. It's weird to use it for that when you're duplicating the sprint button. So the sprint button requires that you dodge first. So they don't have those as two separate functions because, again, it's a phone game, so they don't have the ability to have you put in that many distinct inputs. So those two buttons are tied together for that reason, right? Now, hey, in Dark Souls, sprint and dodge are on the same button, right? So obviously it's the same thing. Well, no, because if you hold down the sprint button, you don't dodge first. In Dark Souls, you don't dodge first. If you hold the button down, you just start sprinting. It's only if you let go of the button that you dodge. So, even for that that mechanic, that interaction, it speaks of laziness. Like it is a lazy thing to do, where it's like, yeah, we're not going to bother having like. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You didn't need that stamina that we're going to consume while you're running. So it looks like you can change it. Can you change it to whatever you want? Like. Look at this! Oh, you can't look at this. I'm sorry. I don't have it open. I'm so sorry. I wasn't allowing you to see the horror. Okay. It's not showing up. There it is. They have sprint here twice. They have sprint here. This is so sloppy. This is so sloppy. Instead of having sprint and then a left thing and a right thing so you could put two potential inputs for anything that you want, they duplicated sprint. How many people were involved in the making of this game? 4? If 4 people made this game, this is fine. This is fine. If there's 4 people who made this game, it's weird, it's strange, and I don't know I want to know what your process was that got you to the point that this happened. You know what? Actually, even if you have a 4-person dev team, I don't respect it. This I don't respect, even if you have a 4-person dev team. The reason I don't respect it, if you have a 4-person dev team, do you even have dodge listed here? You don't even have dodge. You just have it listed as sprint. Wait, abandon challenge. Abandon challenge. P doesn't do anything. Okay. We were cooking, but we didn't finish cooking. Okay. But yeah, you can change it. But that is really crazy. I cannot believe that. I wonder, can I? Maybe I should watch that TikTok. Should I watch that TikTok that supposedly says how to skip the tutorial by doing some weird shit with the store page? Maybe I should, but not right now, because it's 9 o'clock, so it's time to play a game instead of bitching about one. Oh, anyway, the reason that I don't respect that particular thing, having the sprint show up twice, the reason that is the case, the reason that I don't respect that, for even if you're an indie dev, is that there's no way to get to the place that you did that. Honestly, you get there because you made bad decisions, okay? Now, that doesn't mean that you're a terrible person, but it does mean that you made bad decisions, and that's why we're in this space. We're in a position where you have made horrible mistakes in your life, and that has led you to taking this incredibly lazy decision that required that you had made prior mistakes in order to get to the point where you need to make this decision, okay? Anyway, madness. So, we are going to check the info and links section. We're going to go to stable mob version. We should have done that before we started dicking around in Genshin, but that's fine. Last week is the last update. No need to worry about that. The thing is, it doesn't surprise me for a game that's that like hype driven to be like that. Like, legitimately, it doesn't surprise me. Like, I would never expect good... if you tell me you've got, like, a mobile game that's, like, supposed to be an action game, I'm just going to say Devil May Cry came out 25 years ago. So, no, I'm going to pass. Right? Like, we reached a point that no phone game can duplicate 25 years ago, and we never stopped making them. That genre, the over-the-shoulder, I slash with swords and dodge game, that game, we have thousands of. It's like the only game that exists, right? So, since it's the only game that we make these days other than first-person shooters, like, you have to reach a really high bar for me to feel like it's worth bothering with this game of yours, right? You need to do something unique. Like, so, that's what I was saying, that, like, for gacha games, it's like, the thing that gacha games excel at is hitting a genre that nobody can play anymore without, like, downloading an emulator for a system from 25 years ago, right? Or speaking Japanese, right? Because it turns out that a lot of genres exist only in Japanese these days. I guess... oh, right. I didn't actually link the thing. I'll see if I can figure out a way to skip the tutorial today, because I am enjoying the... I'm actually enjoying the, like, the nonsense, like, oh, let's go explore some, nonsense with, can I get to me from here easily? I think I might actually have to open up my other browser, because otherwise, I mean, I could just type the full thing in like I would normally, but... which one's a pretty game? Devil May Cry? Yeah, definitely. I don't think the Genshin is very attractive as a game. It just looks too generic. It looks like it was generated by AI. I know that it isn't, but it's so bland that it feels like it is. It doesn't have an art style. That's a strong statement, but the art style is vaguely sus, and and by that I don't mean that the art style is sus. I mean the art style itself. The name of the art style is vaguely sus. They probably were, like, they just screen capped a thing from Zelda. That's when I say that it looks like it was made by AI, there's a certain type of overly smooth, like, vaguely anime coded, like, art that is very common for low effort stuff. Like, if we're being honest, like, if you look at, like, the, like, AFK Arena and stuff like that, there are some things that are well made in there. There's some things that I think are really cool looking. Like, there's like a lizard man in AFK Arena that I think looks pretty cool. I don't remember his name, but, like, there's some art, there's some cool designs in there, but a lot of it really does look like it came out of a factory. Like, it's factory generated art. Like, it's deliberately had the style of its artists removed for the product, right? And that's the general gist that I get from Genshin. Is like, oh, okay, this doesn't have an art style. It's had its art style stripped from it. But yeah, I will say, I played Infinity Nikki when it was first coming out. That game was way better than Genshin. As like an action, like a narrative-driven action game, Infinity Nikki is way better. Like it's a way better game. I don't recommend it because apparently like everything about it that I thought was cool has been destroyed, and and it's just like a nightmare at this point. I don't know the details. I don't remember. But I haven't played it in a long time. The thing is that once you get out of the tutorial and get into the section where you have like the gacha stuff just kind of like adds so much bloat to the user interface and the mechanics that it really undermines the game flow. Like, you have like a core game that works really well as just like a cute, fun little action puzzle game kind of deal, and then you undermine it heavily with the gacha mechanics. The gacha mechanics just kind of don't fit. Whereas if you look at like the hero collector genre, they're built in synergy with the gacha mechanics in such a way that the gacha mechanics are still evil, but they feel like they are less like completely out of nowhere than they do with the other game. Like, actually, a good example is like if you think of like the horse game. In the horse game, the mechanics around the gacha stuff honestly feels out of place to me, and it feels like there should be more progression available by doing careers without having to like wait on the 1 in 100 chance that you get the 3-star that you're looking for, right? Like, the careers themselves feel like they should have a progression element, but all of the progression elements are locked behind the gotchaness of it, right? So because of that, the gacha feels out of place. But it feels less out of place than it felt in Infinity Nikki. In Infinity Nikki, it felt very out of place. Like, you have fully tacked on, you have like a complete game, and then you added a store to it for no reason. It's like you made a Zelda game, and then you made a store that you added to the Zelda game. And I think that Infinity Nikki is basically like a Zelda game. That's the way that I would describe it. It's like, it's got like vaguely, like, it's got the sort of like the elements of like, getting new like abilities and items that unlock ways of interacting with the world that are different than the ones that you've had before, and that potentially allows you to interact with old areas in new ways, the same way that you do with like a Metroidvania, but a Metroidvania is 2D, and Zelda is... Look, Metroidvanias and Zelda games are very similar in a lot of structural ways. There's a lot of similarities. Yeah, the really funny thing is that the only thing that I want is I want to be able to actually, like, I want to interact with the combat system so that I can be like, okay, so is this like one of those, like, B-list Kingdom Hearts games where it has, like, the incredibly, like, basic floaty combat that feels garbage, or does it actually feel good to play when you get into it, right? Like, I can't imagine that it feels great, right? Like, I've played way too many good action games to believe that a game that has shift programmed into 2 different hotkeys manually is going to nail the actual like combat design. I look, I struggle to imagine the world where that's the case. Not gonna lie, but But you know, I will say, look, the fact that that character used the exact correct word to describe humanity, and then our character immediately leaned into exactly the complaints that that deity had. Look, you know, that was honestly a green flag. That was a green flag for me. That was like, okay, this is interesting. Almost certainly you're not going to go anywhere with this, right? This is a thing that we're never going to acknowledge that the god was objectively proven correct the first second that we walked into this world. We're never going to interact with that again, I guarantee you. However, someone did put it in the game in the first place. Someone did do that. Someone did go there. And that is more than I can say. That's more than I can say for most games. Most games don't have that. So, we have that one green flag where it's like, okay, you know, this is worth, you know, further exploration.
We've done it.
You know, gotta give credit where it's due, because, and I think you do, because it's too easy to point at like a, you know, a popular like influencer game and go, okay, well, this is obviously garbage. Because of course it is. It's a popular influencer game. Which are not all garbage, but look, they all have a lot of garbage components to them, right? Like the thing about like AFK Arena and stuff like that is I wouldn't consider AFK Arena great. It's just that it's a really rare genre. Like the like auto combat strategy game where it matters like what character, like where it's like the Ogre Battle 64 style of combat is not that common outside of like just complete garbage. So having one that's kind of like, yeah, this is pretty good actually. This works well. There's interesting combinations that you can do, and like the way that you build your party is kind of fun, and like trying to like figure out how to like upscale the difficulty. That is kind of fun. And I like the idea of having a game where the only thing limiting your progression is whether you can continue to win the fights. That's the only thing that limits your progression, right? But then once your progression hits a hard cap, you just kind of gotta wait, right? So that as a gameplay mechanic, I think is cool. Was the game amazing? No, I don't think that the game was ever amazing, but it was serviceable for function, right? And I think that a lot of these games are that, right? I just find it surprising. Like, I didn't realize that Genshin was like an action game, because like squad based auto battlers are way more common for gacha games than like an action game is, because of a lot of reasons. But like the most obvious one is like gacha games aren't a genre of game. Gacha is a monetization system that you attach to a game that has actual gameplay, right? Now, you could argue that the gacha system can be gameplay in the same way that, like, the chips are a gameplay mechanic in poker. 100%. Like, that is a thing that you could argue, and I call bullshit, because while I interact with that mechanic, no other motherfucker on Earth treats a gacha game like poker, okay? Don't pretend. Don't pretend. Nobody's playing gacha games like they're poker, okay? That's not how it's being done. So, or if they are treating it like poker, they're just like, they're cheating, right? They're just having someone else tell them how to play the poker, and then doing it's like someone else is playing their hand for them. Nobody's actually playing it like poker. They might treat it like poker, but they're treating it like poker when they have a coach telling them everything that they're supposed to do.
I don't know.
And if you're playing poker, but someone else is making all the decisions for you, you're not playing poker. Anyway, it's just interesting. I'm very surprised. I do think that I come to like the perspective of games from like a very different direction from other people because of the way that I categorize games in my head. Like my internal classification system, like I remember the other day when I was like saying, so like this is a genre that has like Dark Souls in it, and Astro Kitty's like, why would you put Genshin Impact and Dark Souls in the same genre? It's like, because you're doing the same exact thing. It's an over-the-shoulder stabbing things with a, stabbing / dodging simulator. It's literally the same gameplay. But I don't think that most people would necessarily do that because it's, like, the way that people think about a genre is weird. Is weird from my perspective. Obviously, I'm the one who's the odd person out. I'm the one that, is like, oh yeah, Genshin Impact, Dark Souls, basically the same game. Which, again, I don't understand how someone could disagree with that statement. I don't understand how someone could disagree. Because to me, it just makes intuitive sense. But, other people maybe don't necessarily agree with me. Because, like, anytime I talk about, my enjoyment of, like, playing a nice, relaxing game of Dark Souls or Bloodborne or whatever, and how those are, like, comfort games that I go to when I don't want to really think too much and just want to turn my brain off, people look at me like I'm insane. It's like, why? It's just like it's just an action game that I'm familiar with the mechanics of, and it has like timing mechanics, so it's like you can just kind of turn your brain off. And that's the thing, right? Like the Dark Souls and Elden Ring and like, all that is like really popular. How do people not realize that Dark Souls isn't really that hard? Like, is it just that they're all young? Is it that they're young? Like, Dark Souls is not, like, a particularly hard game. Like, just put all your fucking points into endurance. Like, I've been playing Lies of P, which is, it's a Souls-like game, right? I've been playing Lies of P, and it's like, you just, like, endurance in Lies of P is way weaker. Like, whatever the endurance stat is, I don't remember what they called it, but, like, the stat that gives you hit points. The stat that gives you hit points is just, it's called Vigor in most of the Dark Souls series, I think. Beside the point. Don't worry about it. Endurance is a different thing. But, like, the thing that makes you take more hits, that stat is so out of control in all of those games that, like, you just invest into that, and then the boss will hit you however many times it hits you, and you kill it. Don't worry about it. Or if you're playing like one of the older games, just become a spellcaster and kill everything before it can hurt you. Look, this gameplay that I'm doing right now, this bullshit that I'm pulling with these dragons, this is about what my last Demon Souls playthrough was like, okay? This is the bullshit I was pulling when I played Demon Souls. Because, like, I had some friends who wanted to troll me, so they were like, okay, how about you play some Demon Souls for us? Die for me, peasant. Fun interactions that you have with your friends when you're at a house party and people want something on in the background that they don't have to pay attention to while everyone's chit-chatting about stuff, right? But they wanted me to play Demon Souls. I convinced them. I'm like, you know who's clearly going to be the weakest class in the game is this fucking princeling or whatever, the lord or whatever, because they've never done a hard day's work in their life. Little do they know, you start out with Light Bolt or whatever the fuck you start out with. You start out with a ranged attack that's a spell, and I just fucking used that to kill every goddamn creature. I killed the first 3 bosses without dying. It was glorious. I actually don't think I killed the first boss. The first boss is meant to kill you, and I think it did in fact kill me. That's beside the point. Oh wait, no, the first boss is before you do character creation, now that I think about it. So yeah, I think I actually don't remember. It doesn't matter. The point being that I don't know what the point was. Oh, the point is that like there's a lot of games that are way harder than the Dark Souls series that don't like have that same kind of reputation for them. And they're like the Dark Souls series isn't even that like painful. Let's see. I can see how you would think that Zelda Breath of the Wild is too Souls-like. I couldn't explain to you why. I played Breath of the Wild once. Basically from... Did I finish the game? Yes, I played the game from start to finish over the course of a couple of days at like a friend's place. And I don't know how I would describe it. I do think that like I would describe it as closer to being Elden Ring than Dark Souls. Because Elden Ring has like the adjacency to the open world slop that doesn't exist for Dark Souls, right? And I don't think that Zelda Breath of the Wild is necessarily open world slop, right? I don't think Elden Ring is either. They're both deliberately crafted open world stuff. They are, but like the lack of like a cohesive like I remember the plot elements that happened in every Zelda game except that one. Like there's like 6 plot relevant scenes in any of the games. Like there's like how many scenes do you have in Ocarina of Time, right? I guess you have like a few scenes with Sheik. You probably have more scenes with Sheik than you have with like any other character in the game, honestly. But like you have like 2 scenes with the Deku Tree at the start, and then you don't have anything narratively happening until you get to the castle, I think. And then you have a scene with Zelda, and then you have like nothing happen until you finish the entire child section. And then you go to... I mean, I guess there's little bits... Like, there's, like, little side plots that happen, right? But, like, I know what was going on with the Zora. Do I remember both things that were going on with the Zora? Yeah, I do, actually. I think I remember both things that were going on with the Zora. Like, the Zora were dealing with some weird Jabu Jabu shenaniganry in the beginning. And then there's, like Jabu Jabu was upset. There's some sort of like weird engagement ceremony that has to happen. I don't fucking know. And so that's what's going on in the beginning. And then it gets frozen over as an adult. So I remember both the things that were happening with that. I couldn't tell you anything that happened in Breath of the Wild. That's not true. There was something involving some flying people. There was this, but I don't remember the plot line of that. I just remember the mechanics of the flying, right? So, but to be fair, I didn't actually do anything in the game. I did 1 or 2 of the Titans, and then I was just like, oh wait, I can just do a boss rush and beat the game. Okay, let's just do a boss rush and beat the game. Well, there's a difference between making everything optional and trying to take the narrative strategy that works when you have 15 plot scenes in the entire game and doing it again, but now you have 50 or 150, right? There's too much plot in Breath of the Wild for it to be as inconsequential as it is. That's like the fundamental issue, is that if you're making a game where the plot is as sparsely distributed through the gameplay as it is in those kinds of games, you lose something that exists in the earlier Zelda titles. And it's not necessarily bad that you lose it, right? Like, you're just making like a Dark Souls style storytelling, basically, right? Which is like, you have this very minimalist plot, and you have no idea who any of these people are, and you don't necessarily care about any of them, but the vibes are whatever the vibes are, right? And so, like, I do think that upscaling a Zelda game to the point that they did really interferes with the cohesiveness of the plot. To a degree, they actually ran into the same problem with Elden Ring. Elden Ring ran into a problem where, like, the upscaling of the size of the scope of the world paired with their esoteric nonsense way of communicating the plot to you, resulted in people being completely incapable of finishing any of the plot lines that they started because they had no idea where to find any of the NPCs again because the world's too big. So they ended up, like, adding some, like, UI indicators for, like, where to find people. But that was mostly a problem that was solved by just people looking it up online, which is the appropriate way to try to do anything plot-related in any FromSoft game. If we're being honest. Good luck figuring out how any of the fucking plot elements are supposed to tie together without a guide. It's like, oh, well, this character that shows up for 3 seconds in this cutscene in the background is actually referenced on this random item that you pick up in a completely different zone. And so we know that this person's name is, Lawrence of Tanzania or whatever. And, like, his whole deal is yada, 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 which we find out by looking at this random fucking, moat of darkness in this section over here, which references this person via a pseudonym that's only used on this item, but you can tell that that's how you interact with Dark Souls lore, okay? That's Dark Souls lore. And Elden Ring lore to a degree. But when they tried to do that on Elden Ring, it did cause problems because of the scope of it. Like, people can't just explore the whole world trying to find this stupid sorcerer again, right? I didn't complete any of the plot characters. Like, I didn't finish any of them when I played through the game. I just didn't. I never found them again. Which for me is fine. I actually find it interesting. Like, from an artistic level, I think that it's interesting to think that you're creating content with the purpose of which is that you might luck out and find this person at some point, but you probably won't, and they're probably fucked, right? Because, like, come on, like, in any FromSoft game, it's not like doing the plot is good for anyone involved, right? Like, helping an NPC is, generally speaking, the worst case scenario for that NPC. The world just gets worse when you do things in FromSoft games. Alright, sleep well, Asher Kitty. Sleep well. It's a very dark worldview. Like, the worldview of the FromSoft, writers is not one that I advocate. It is a very, like... It's a very sad and not useful worldview. And that's fine, right? It's fine to have, just like it's fine to make a series of art that's just really fucking depressing for the sake of being depressing. That's fine. You're allowed. Just don't take your worldview from that, Just as long as you're not taking away from this, yes. Dark Souls, it represents the real decrepitness of civilization and how we're all doomed to fail at everything that we do. Yes. Don't become French just because you interact with Dark Souls, okay? As long as you don't, it's fine. And I will say the reason that I associate that with being French is the fact that I played too many games from that one developer that made Heavy Rain. I think they made Heavy Rain and Fahrenheit, right? I think those are both from the same French developer. So, and I had a bad experience with one of those games where the game allowed me to continue playing despite the fact that I was obviously doomed, and everyone was obviously doomed, because one of the point of view characters was dead. I had lost one of my point of view characters halfway through the game. And it just kept going. And it's like, well, this can't end well. We are not. What are we striving for? What are we striving for here? And yet, I finished the game. And you know what? I'm going to be honest. The ending wasn't that bad, actually. We didn't need the druggie, it turns out. He was kind of irrelevant. Look, if you can't pick it up from the context clues of I lost one of the point of view characters and it was the druggie, don't worry about it. It would be spoilers. I think it was Heavy Rain. See, the thing is, yes, it would have had to have been Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain, I think, is the one that has multiple point of view characters. I don't think there's multiple point of view characters in Fahrenheit. Yeah, it was actually very funny that it was like, you know what's you're in America, it wouldn't be called Fahrenheit. I don't remember what it's called in America. They changed the name in America, presumably because, like, I don't know why they called it Fahrenheit, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't know what the cultural association that they had with Fahrenheit was. I don't remember temperature being a primary component of the plot. So, but even if it was, Fahrenheit is kind of a weird name for it. Look, the French are not allowed to refer to Fahrenheit in reference to imperialism, okay? Okay? Like, I don't tolerate associating imperialism with imperial units in the first place, because the metric system is the literal imperial system. It is the system that was imposed on all of all of the French Empire, which was all of Europe, by Napoleon, okay? That's the imperial system. The system that was created by an emperor in order to get to better tax the empire. That's the imperial system. Look. The British Empire was dumb. But they don't even use the imperial system anymore, okay? They don't even use those units. No shot. No shot. I actually don't know why they call it the imperial system. Because the metric system is an imperial system. The purpose of the metric system was to prevent local nobles from fucking Napoleon on taxes. That is the purpose of it. The purpose of it is the order and structure of the empire. That's why everything has a very specific codified definition, whereas an inch, just don't. An inch, how large is an inch? I don't know. It's some amount. Okay? How big is a foot? This is how big a foot is. This is a foot. For most of human history, not for most of human history, but for most of British history, that's what a foot is. And if you have big feet, that's useful for you in some circumstances and not so useful for you in other circumstances, okay? But, like, that's the measuring system that we're talking about and calling that the imperial system instead of the one that was created by an empire for the purposes of imperialism. It's madness. It's total madness. The names are incorrect. They are reversed. This is some Iceland, Greenland bullshit. In this video essay, I will show. And these are all objectively correct things, by the way. These are all objective facts about our world. This is not like some, weirdo lefty stance that I'm taking. This is just factually true about history. Look, am I an apologist for imperial units? Yes, but that's also an unrelated phenomenon to the factual realities of the situation. I will say that a thing that people don't realize about the imperial units, because they're called the imperial units and people try to pretend that they're used for the purposes of empire or whatever, people pretend that imperial units are meant to serve the same function as like grams and be this standardized set of circumstances. Oh, it's so hard to convert between this and that. Why would you? Why would you ever convert between a cup and something else? You don't need to convert between cups. You just need a cup of a thing. So you have a cup, and you put a thing in a cup, and then you're done. And it's very easy. Like, trying to measure out 300 grams of water? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, for this recipe, I need 300 grams of water. You're weighing your water? You're weighing your flour? Are you kidding? Are you a professional chef whose boss is coming in? Like, what the hell are you doing? And people act like it's like, oh yeah, well, this is just superior. It's like, no, because we can convert between the units, and it's like, you don't need to convert between the units. You just put the fucking shit in the bag. And they go, oh well, but we have liters, and it's like, so do we. We just use all of it. That's the thing, is that there's this attitude like you're making a decision between the two. Like, oh, okay, well, am I going to use the systems that the Americans use, or am I going to use the systems the Europeans do? And the sad truth is that the Americans are using the European systems too. It's just that they only use them when they're convenient. if you're in an American kitchen, you don't try to use grams for every fucking thing. And guess what? Neither does anybody else. Neither does anybody else. Neither do the people here. Everyone here, they've got cups too. They use the cups, and then they act like they don't use them. And it's like, no, I've seen your kitchen, motherfucker. I know you've got a cup measuring thing. It's like, oh, well, this is because of the Americans. It's like, no, it isn't. It's because the Singaporeans who made the recipe knew it would be more convenient to measure shit in cups, because it's more convenient to measure shit in cups than to have to pull out a scale to measure water, motherfucker. I will die on this hill. Now, do I defend the usage of non-imperial units by anyone who's doing anything important at any point? No, actually I don't. If you're doing something important that requires accurate measurement, then no, you should just simply not use imperial units. I don't care where you're from. We have kilometers in America. We know how to use them. We have them. You can just use meters and kilometers. We have them. Don't give me any shit about, oh, I came up in the American system. I don't know meters and kilometers. It's like, of course you fucking do. They're on your car. Your car has the measurements right there. Some fucking American scientist blowing up multi-billion-dollar projects because they're just an asshole who uses miles when they're doing their calculations for some ungodly reason. No. That I will not tolerate that behavior. That is a different classification of the behavior, to be clear. The point that I'm making is that each unit of measurement has a specific position in place. And the reason that they exist, the reason that all these incredibly stupid arcane measurements exist, the reason that a quart exists is because a quart is the most useful unit of measurement to describe some types of recipes to another person. And just having a bunch of containers that are the size of a quart, the size of a this, the size of a that, that is the most convenient way to use a kitchen. Right? That's just the most convenient way to do cooking. And that's why everybody, has that, right? That's just it. That's the reason.
Yes, we've done it.
But they do not have any place in any situation where things matter. And that does include a kitchen. If you're in a professional kitchen, I can see the utility in weighing your flour. I can see the utility in that, okay? I understand that volume measurements for those kinds of things have downsides, right? The sort of how aerated the flour is impacts the volume. It doesn't impact the weight, right? So if you want a specific amount of flour, it makes sense to weigh it in grams. 100%, right? If you're talking about something that has very, very precise measurement requirements and the stakes are fairly high. If you're cooking in your own kitchen for dinner, you don't need that level of precision. You just don't. If you go up or down 20%, no one will notice. And no one will care. You can eyeball that shit. I don't measure shit in my cooking. When I do cooking, now I don't cook a ton of stuff. Okay, wait. Baking, you do need to measure things, but even with baking, you don't need to measure things in fucking grams. You don't need to weigh shit. You just need to. You can measure shit by volume. You will not run into problems measuring shit by volume in baking. That's fine. Again, unless you're talking about making something that has very low tolerances that someone like me is not going to be making because it has very low tolerances for fuck-ups, right? So why would I make something that I'm going to fail at? Yeah, so in addition to the metric system being a tool of imperialism, the really funny thing is you can actually tell by the way people talk about the metric system as if it's like the only system of measurement that should exist for any purpose at any time. That shit is just imperialistic. Like, the entire attitude surrounding the metric system is an imperialistic attitude. Like, it is a specifically imperialistic one. So it is very funny that people act like the fucking poorly named imperial units are the real... A part of it has to do with modernism. Like, I do bitch about modernism a fair bit. A lot of it has to do with the idea that people think that you can and should create a single template, like a single frame of reference that you can look at the world through that will be correct. That you can have a singular correct view of the world that just describes the world in all of its complexity with one perspective. Like, you can look at a thing and describe that thing from looking at it from this perspective, right? One lens of analysis to rule them all. And that's basically the modernist philosophy, right? That's the idea that modernism was built on, right? Modernism, which, famously gave us shit like fascism, right? Like, what did modernism ever fucking do for anybody? So, like, people shit on postmodernists, but they're correct, right? Like, postmodernists are correct about, like, oh yeah, everything is in fact more complicated than that, and we do need to look at things from... You can't actually have a singular correct answer to a thing. In infinite scope, right? There's plenty of individual correct answers to things, right? That work perfectly fine. But they're not infinitely robust, right? So, like, just as an example, tides go in, tides go out. You can't explain that in a singular, robust manner that actually attributes all things. So, tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. Yes, you can. It's the moon, stupid. Except when it's not the moon and it's actually an earthquake. And also, when you're explaining it in terms of the moon, well, why does the moon do that? And it's like, oh, well, because of gravity. So why does gravity? Why is gravity? Why, like, you have not explained in a meaningful way why this is happening. All you're telling me is a component that happens to describe a related phenomenon. You haven't told me why yet. And you can keep asking why forever, right? And that's not, intellectually particularly useful necessarily. But if the tide suddenly comes in, and I'm going, okay, well, why did the tide come in? This is crazy. Like, a bunch of my shit just blew up. And you go, oh, well, because of the moon. Then I'm going to go, well, what the fuck use is that to me? Couldn't you have just told me tide comes in, tide goes out because time passes and here is the timeline of it? Instead of telling me it's the goddamn moon. Who gives a shit about the moon? The moon has nothing to do with my lived experience. What, you expect me to watch the moon phases to try to understand and try to piece together from understanding gravity and the moon cycles that tide goes in, tide goes out is tied to a roughly, I think it's like a roughly 12-hour or 11-hour timeline of mins and maxes, and I can just... There's so many frames from which you can come at the question of tide comes in, tide goes out, and you can explain that. But which explanation is useful depends on what the other person needs in terms of their informational profile, right? If they're coming at it from a philosophical perspective, you are going to have to ask a bunch of stupid whys because they're coming at it from a philosophical perspective, and you're going to have to answer a bunch of whys, right? If they're coming at it from a, like, man, what does cause that shit? And they're just coming at it from, like, a baseline scientific perspective that isn't tied to any real need for it. Moon explanation. Very easy, very relevant. That explains in a way that is useful to them. If it's a person who's trying to protect their property from getting destroyed by the incoming tide, telling them about the moon and gravity is really fucking useless to them. Because for most of the time, they can't see the moon. The moon is not visible during the day. Not because it isn't there, but because it's not bright enough. So you just can't see the moon. So occasionally you can, it varies. But generally during like morning hours or evening hours, you'll be able to see the moon for a period of time if the moon's out. But at any rate, point being that different frames of analysis are useful for describing problems. Something being correct on some level doesn't mean that it's useful information in the moment, right? So just because something's correct doesn't mean it's useful. And similarly, like, having very precise descriptions of the weight of your flour is useful in some circumstances, but in most circumstances it's complete overkill. You don't need that level of precision on your flour. You just need, okay, you need about this much. This is the amount. You need enough to fill this receptacle. Done. Right? You're all done as soon as you know that.
We've done it. Yes, we've done it.
Now, could one argue that there maybe is a little bit more argument to be made in favor of thinking of the imperial system as the imperial system, considering that even in places where they use kilometers, they don't actually use kilometers, they just convert the miles into kilometers? Maybe. You could maybe argue that the fact that 1,600 kilometers is a really, really common length for things in places that ostensibly don't use miles. I don't know. Hey, not Jail the Viper. How's it going? So, okay, maybe there's some imperialism involved with the imperial system. You got me. It's imperialism. It's just a little bit more abstracted and a little more hidden, but that's beside the point. It's a little bit of incidental imperialism, one might say. Because some stuff is like the reason, like, if you look at like recipes, a lot of recipes use cups and then convert it to other shit for like certain international audiences, because the person who made the recipe is going to use cups because it's way more convenient. The definition of a pound is, about this much. It's about this much. That's what the definition of a pound is. It's a little heavy. A little heavy is the definition of a pound. That's the historical definition of a pound. This like imperial nonsense that the French came up with, where we need to define our units or whatever. Pfft. No. This right here, this is the length of a foot. That's what the length of a foot is. In this household, that's what the length of a foot is. For now, when my wife comes home, then we have competing definitions for what the length of a foot is. But for right this moment, in this house, there is one definition for a foot. The definition of a kilo is French propaganda, is what it is. They actually just redefined kilos. It's also very funny because the definition of a kilo is not an object. The definition of a kilo is a multiplicative value off of a gram object. Unless they're crazy and they actually have the root object being a fucking kilogram, like maniacs. If the root value is based off of a kilogram object, that would be really insane. They live forever and ever. Look, we have gone over the fundamental imperial nature of the metric system. That's the thing that we just went over.
Easy slave.
Oh, happy birthday, live forever. I guess that is what happens when it's 24 hours later after it was 12 hours away from a birthday, right? I think I said happy birthday yesterday during that long tirade about future birthdays, but I may or may not have, I realized several hours later.
Yes, we've done it.
Nice. That is very nice. Did you poison them in order to ensure that you were the only one who gets to have this birthday? There can be only one. Okay, we are getting there. We're almost done with this exterior zone. This exterior zone is going to be way harder than the interior is. This demon stuff is a problem.
Who wants some? Who's next?
Yeah, just so we're clear, Dachiel the Viper, before you were coming in, I was talking about how for basically stupid bullshit that doesn't matter, like you're cooking in your own kitchen, it's way more convenient to just put an object in a receptacle that fits an amount of thing and say it's this amount than to weigh it on a scale. So, like, if you're measuring flour, doing it in grams is insane. Instead of measuring it in cups. And the usage cases for imperial and metric units are different. And that using imperial units, which are misnamed, because obviously the metric system is the imperial units, because they were literally created by Imperial France for the purpose of imperialism. We went over that, it's all fine. The utility between the two things, they don't actually have particularly strong overlapping utility. That's the basic gist, is that, like, the fundamentally different usage case. Look, I've baked for my entire life, you don't need to be that precise. You just don't. There's some things that you need to be that precise for, and most people are never going to make them. You don't need to give that much of a shit. There is not that degree of precision in baking most of the time that you actually care about the difference between the volume versus the weight of your flour. Come on. No shot. The difference is so marginal. There's absolutely no way that the variance in your other ingredients, like an egg, come on. That's way less precise than the difference between volume and weight for your thing, especially since the weight is going to vary. You think you have a scale that has enough precision to weigh something? Like, you actually might get better results out of volume because your scale is less precise than the actual the variance on the volume to weight ratio. Like when you factor in stuff like your elevation and shit like that, I would make the argument that volume might actually be more precise unless you have extremely technical instruments and an in-depth understanding of where you are and what your G levels are. That's my hot take. Volume is maybe more precise for most people in most circumstances. That's my hottest take yet. I actually don't bake much anymore, so. I mostly did my baking as a kid, actually. Most of my baking was done as a teenager because it was a convenient way to get incredibly large amounts of sweet things. Particularly because nobody else really ate that much of it, so it's I'll just make an entire sheet of brownies and I'll just eat the whole thing in 2 days. Man, that was certainly a time. I do not do that anymore, mostly because I'm lazy. But we'll pretend that it's because I'm very health conscious these days, and I know that if I was eating entire sheets full of brownies, that the amount of calories that would entail would be very difficult for me to schedule in with my very robust macros that I have going. We'll go with that. We will. It's not completely inaccurate. I've become less of a sweets person as I've gotten older, honestly. I guess part of that is just that I don't live in America anymore. When you're in America, you get sweets constantly. Everything in America is just chock full of sugar. So and that's true for a lot of countries, but it's, I think, especially true for the United States. And it's not really true here in Singapore. So I still like sweet things, but I can't trivially get the most crazily oversaturated with high fructose corn syrup shit in existence. I can't just inject 600 calories of pure bliss into my mouth anytime I want. It takes more effort than that. and also I'm an adult, so I have to pay for it. No, that's not relevant. I've been paying for my own fucking candy since I was probably 14 when I got my first job. So my parents were not buying me candy. I need to go to therapy just for that. I need to get over my parents not buying me candy when I was 22. But yeah, I like everything that isn't sour for the most part. You know, I like sweet stuff. I just don't like sour flavors. I have a very strong aversion to them. And bitter flavors for the most, like sour and bitter, just have no interest in it. For the most part. Oh, there are not. I thought that there were going to be a bunch of bodies here because I didn't loot them, and it turns out I did loot them. Okay, so we need to pop in here. Oh, I thought that there was enough space to fly here. I should have actually done the jump. Would have saved me so much time. I'm not sure if I'm going to the right side. I need to go to the correct side in here because there's two different dungeons that are tied up with this, and one of them is smaller than the other. So one of them should get me to 65, and one of them absolutely will. I think this is the one that gets me to 65. Okay, that's the Mega Dragon. If this is the last enemy in this dungeon, then I'm kind of boned, but... Fuck. Let me take a look if there's more enemies in here. Loot a body. This is not over 65%, but it is over 50%. That's a concern. Okay, I remember how I can make this work, maybe. So that place is probably not big enough to accomplish my objective. I think the way that I settled on the last time was I went to the bigger side, the long, like the one that's got the long stuff on it, and I put down a beacon down there, and then I beaconed from the one side to the other after clearing it. I think that might have been how I did it. It's how I thought about doing it at the very least. I don't know if I ended up having to do it that way. We'll find out. But these are both the same map, so we have to figure out how to get both sides.
It's going to be bad.
Okay, we start out in the green here. Perfect. We're putting down a beacon. We'll put it down in Tunnels of Viathal. We're walking out. We haven't killed anything in there. So now what happens is we go to the other side. And... Whoops, I went too far down. That was very talented of me. And now we need to clear this side, and then once we've cleared this side, we TP over to the other side without leaving the dungeon. Okay. You know, we might not need it for this one, actually. Because we are... There's a possibility that a larger pack is going to simply be enough. This Mega Dragon is right here. It has how much HP? It has about 10 times. So it's roughly a boss worth of HP. I think we want to pass these. Oh shit. Okay. I wasn't expecting to run into one of them and get blocked after I just blown up the things in front of me, but that does check out. They are pretty big. So, like, hitting the center of one's hitbox is not going to hit other ones very easily. These are pretty close together. The goal right now is basically just to clear those and then take some pot shots over here. Okay, and now we have a nice layout for you. Okay, I was expecting you to behave slightly differently than us. I'm a little concerned about how that Mega Dragon's behaving. Do I switch to... Okay, Prismatic Light's working. Let's just...
Okay.
Spam that for a bit. I guess I could... Oh yeah, we can actually just use Implosion.
Ready to use.
Let's just do this. This'll probably... Oh, the Flame Blast hits too? Easy, okay. Easy peasy. So where's the other enemy? Because we're in the yellow right now. Huh. Go invis. There we are. Okay, 64%, not quite what we're looking for, but close. Close to what we're looking for. We're going to loot all of these, because we're not coming back here immediately. And then we're looting you. Are the Hermes sandals worth equipping? I feel like they're really good. Alright, we're going to save this under danger. We're going to open this chest. There's, like, nothing useful in it.
No room. I have too much.
Oh my god, look at the devil ichor that we've picked up. Okay, so now we're run into this unfortunate position that we only have 64% completed. However, if we beacon to the dragon caves, we're now on the correct side of the dragon caves to finish the dungeon. So this will allow us to finish up the rest of the dungeon, no problem. And we don't have to kill any respawns because we didn't kill anything in here the first time in order to generate that beacon, which we would have had to do if we created the beacon on the other side. Okay. My assumption is that when we complete this place, we'll be moving on to Might Magic 8 again, and we'll be finishing up a couple more of the elemental dungeons. And we might actually finish, like, the game today. We might actually finish up completely today. We'll see. Okay, we found some eggs. We got a tiny bit of gold. How are we on EXP? We're not quite there yet. However, we have a quest to turn in now. We just picked up some dragon eggs. So let's go talk to the warlock person, who is up here, I believe? Is he in the same place as... No. And then... It's a baby dragon! Look at that! Look at that! He's so good. That actually does take our food away. Did Merge Mod add something weird with the dragon mechanic where it actually gives you something if you feed it enough? Because feeding the dragon, I don't think used to consume 5 food. I don't think that was a thing that it used to do. The dragon takes more... It basically adds 1 to the food cost of every travel. And every rest. But also gives you a +3 for all of your elemental skills for warlocks, which is pretty cool. So, what am I doing? It's 1 p.m. We need to travel somewhere that is actually open this time of day. This is the wrong place. Let's see. This is the series of all people. This is the series for everyone. There are a shocking number of people who are watching the pods.
Can I help you with anything?
I'm getting so many comments on the YouTube videos.
Jump.
like, like legitimately, like, oh wow, we've got quite a lot of interaction with the VODs. They're pretty good. You know, my Magic series is, you know, got a lot going for it. It's one of those things where really there just aren't that many games that are built anymore like this. Like we have like entire genres of games that like got killed because they kind of require a lot of work, but like they're not easy like AAA fodder. Oh shit, we didn't have Sunray.
Thank.
Well,
This is the light spell that we didn't pick up. So like there's like entire genres that have just kind of disappeared. And it's the thing is that like everyone knows about Skyrim,
Can I help you with anything?
but like Skyrim is in like a lot of ways like a downgrade from the Might and Magic series. Like in a lot of key respects, like the Might and Magic 6 through 8 run had a lot of advantages over Skyrim. And the sort of like mechanical complexity of the games and like the sort of party building aspects and things like that are all like nice things to have, but also like Skyrim doesn't have the ability to fly, right? I mean, it does, but not intended.
Need a new weapon?
jump. Jump.
Right?
Jump.
Like it's not supposed to give you the ability to fly. Which is like a huge selling point of this series for me. Like the fact that you have the ability to fly, which gives you like such an interesting way of interacting with the world, is like I think that's just a super cool mechanic that you just don't get
This item's weak.
in
We don't need it. This item's weak.
in most modern games. I think part of the issue is that at a certain point, it became unacceptable to see the the technical limitations of the game. Like the visual elements of video games took over the entire like medium to the point where it's now considered unacceptable for the player to be able to see where the draw distance ends. Right? Being able to see things appear because you've reached the draw distance, being able to see the actual mechanics is something that I think is, which I think is also true for like to a degree, like a lot of like the underlying mechanics of the game. There's been a I do think that the game industry has always been an industry that is very motivated by shame in very specific ways. Like a lot of people who make video games are embarrassed by the fact that they're not making a movie. Which I think is crazy because I think that the average writing in a video game is better than the average writing in a Hollywood movie. Like the quality of the writing, the cohesiveness of the narrative, and all that kind of stuff.
Need a new weapon?
The kind of stuff that you can say in a video game, you would never see a movie touch, right? Like there's all sorts of like of stuff that the game industry was doing well before anyone in Hollywood was getting to it, right? And like they're just legitimately ahead of the curve on a lot of social issues and ahead of the curve in terms of
This item's weak.
narrative trends. Games are a more trendy thing where advancements in in writing as a like not as a medium but as a craft, like advances in writing when people learn a new thing about writing, like as a community we all figure a thing out and it becomes common knowledge. It takes about 20 years before you start seeing that knowledge propagate into film, right? And it propagates into video games instantaneously, because people who make video games are chronically online.
We don't need it. We don't need it. This item's weak.
So they're cultured, is what I'm saying. Being chronically online and being cultured are the same thing. That's the claim I'm making. I stand by it. But anyway, so I do think that there's been some there's been a lot of consolidation in the industry from a business perspective that has led to consolidation in the industry in terms of what is made. And the issue is that things that you can make with one person just working their ass off for 6 years or a decade or whatever, those kinds of projects never stop coming out. But games that are not reasonable to make by a person working their ass off in their basement for 6 years, which I would consider like open world exploration 3D games like this, these games are not made by a guy. Like, almost universally. They're just too big. There's too much nonsense that goes into them. There's too many skills that you kind of need to make them work, right? And very few people have all of the skills necessary. And that's changing a bit over time because, like, now that everybody makes everything in the Unreal Engine and you can just buy the assets for everything, there's some additional variety to what people are doing in projects that previously would have required massively more, like at least like 10 people working on it. But like, I do think that there was like a genre limitation of like Metroidvanias never went away because Metroidvanias are not easy to make. Interestingly enough, a Metroidvania isn't made much easier to make by adding 10 people to your development team. A person making a Metroidvania is going to have a really hard time. 11 people making a Metroidvania are going to have probably an easier time. 21 people making a Metroidvania are going to have a harder time than the 11 did, in my opinion. Because Metroidvanias have to be very crisp and clean. Like the number of people working at Team Cherry is probably the correct number of people to make an excellent Metroidvania. Because, like, you need people making art, but the people who are making art need to be in direct communication with the people who are making the gameplay. Because it has to be very tight. The animations that are being built are tied in with the gameplay in such important ways that it's honestly optimal if the person making both is the same person, right? Is that optimal from an actual workflow perspective? Absolutely not. But you want them in as close proximity to each other as possible because, again, like the art needs to inform the gameplay in a very strong and direct way. So what was I doing? We're going to 8, is it? We're going back to 8. Okay. So I guess we'll just teleport back to Eschaton's palace. And So anyway, so certain genres of games that that really demand that you have a team of like 20 people, and they don't really require that everybody be working that close together. And it doesn't necessarily benefit from having like absolutely insane graphics, but it does benefit from having something. And also the Unreal Engine is bad at representing it, is a tough sell in the year, 2008 and 2015 and 2020 and 2025, right? Like, I had to correct 4 to 5 because I remembered what year it was. So, like, mid-sentence, I'm like, nope, that's the... Mid-word, I'm like, nope. Anyway, So this genre has kind of died, and that's one of the things that I find interesting. It's why I think that, like, is why I actually have an interest in the gacha games, is that they do tend to represent game genres that have died, like just fully died. Where it's like, okay, this is a genre that nobody's building things in anymore because it's just a little too much work to realistically expect a single person to be able to finish the project, and AAA studios will not touch it, and there is no AA anymore. The AA is dead. Like, it's been dead for years, right? And even when people are making like AA titles, the only thing that anyone learns how to use these days is Unreal and shit like that, right? Like, the only thing people can work with is first-person shooter engines. And first-person shooter engines are garbage for making any sort of RPG because of a lot of reasons. And they're really bad for making, like, melee things, like things that involve, like, direct physical contact combat. Like, I remember, like, someone explaining to me at one point the crazy way that they had to program melee weapons into their game by treating them as if they were a weird type of pistol. Like, I don't remember the details of that, but it's like someone was like, okay, in order to make a sword, I had to first start with a pistol and then basically rework it in the thing until it had the properties I needed for, like, a sword, right? Which is crazy. I can't imagine working against the system that I'm playing with that much. I understand that that's what people, you gotta do what you gotta do, but, like, I just can't imagine. We need more game development systems that people can use that are not as garbage. That's my new hot take. My new hot take. We need better development tools for people who aren't making first-person shooters. And I will die on this hill.
It's going to be fair.
It's an unpopular opinion of mine, but, I think that artists should have more tools to play with.
Ready.
Sorry, I got slightly distracted with my brain going into thoughts of demon tech. Ooh! Okay, we can invis, we can save this under danger. I am curious to see if at some point find more games. Like, I'd love to see someone do... Like, I'm looking forward to seeing what people make who are inspired by Uma Musume. Like, people in the West who are being exposed to that genre of game, not necessarily for the first time, because I think people who that's their first version of this are probably not going to take the right lessons from it. But people who maybe grew up with, like, games like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and things like that, and are now being sort of, like, re-exposed to, like, those kinds of, like, raising, you know, like stat building training simulators kind of thing, where it's like a non-combat, like, oh, we're doing a thing. I feel like there's a lot of really, really cool stuff that can be done in that genre that deserves to be done. And a lot of stuff that, to be clear, a lot of this stuff is being done right now, almost certainly, except it's being done in Japan and like nowhere else. Like, the thing is that there's a lot of genres that never, like, get out of Japan. Like, that's kind of one of them. The name for what? The thing that I was saying that I want people to be inspired by, or the thing that I was saying they needed to play when they were a kid in order for me to care that what they have to say on the genre? I said Uma Musume is the Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle was no, it wasn't a Dreamcast game, because the Battle version is the version that came out. I think that's a Dark Ring, actually. That might be Clutch.
I have too much.
It's a game that came out for the GameCube. I don't know how I lost the GameCube's name. And it was basically not a remake, but it's like a like international version, so to speak, just like a slightly more advanced, like, has a few extra mechanics version of Sonic Adventure 2. And it had this Chow Garden thing where you could raise these, like, little blob creatures from, like, literal, like, babies into, like, adult, like, little, like, you know, they still look like babies, but they're, like, they've got, like, different features and different things. You can raise them to have all sorts of different stuff. They can grow, like, bat wings or demon wings or dragon wings, and, like, they can do all this different stuff, and they have different faces, and there's different, like, ways that you can raise them that have different visual effects, and some of those visual effects also have mechanical effects, and this, that, or the other thing, right? And you could race them, right? And they involve training mostly by, like, feeding them. Not feeding them is the incorrect term. You would, like, give them animals that they would, like, hug and, like, learn a little bit of, you know, maybe they suck a little bit of essence out of them. The animals are fine. The animals just wander off or whatever. But, like, and depending on, like, what the properties of that animal were, they'd get different, you know, mechanical things. They might like, get some of their body parts and stuff like that might have mechanical impacts, and they get stats. So... And then you'd race them, and you could do, like, battles with them and things like that. But the racing was the part that was interesting. The battle mechanics were, I believe, basically like paper, rock, scissors, and very boring. But it was a cool game series. Not game series. It was a cool game, except it wasn't a game. It was like a mini game inside of a different game. So, I grew up with that being, like, the only games of that genre that were available, and I'd be curious to see if more, like, stuff is done with this genre now that this has become, like, a big meme game. Because it's like, I would consider Uma Musume to be a pretty mediocre game within that genre. Ignoring all of, like, the cringe, like, creepy stuff, like, the plot is incredibly disturbing. There's, like, a lot of elements to it that are, like, ugh, right? But ignoring all of the ugh of it, the actual gameplay is fine. But it's also in a genre that you just don't get anymore, right? It's like, it's a mediocre game in a almost non-existent genre. So... But that's also, it is also a genre that isn't non-existent everywhere. Like, I believe you can get games like that in Japan and maybe in China. Like, there's a lot of weird, like, off, off-genre, non-standard games, right? A lot of games that are not, like, following the template of what, like, the game industry has been moving toward come out of China, actually. There's a decent bit of that. But, like... Like, if you think Japanese media is, like, weirdly reactionary and has a tendency to have incredibly, like, disturbing, like, material in it. Material coming out of China is in a different universe, I believe.
This item's
It's... Look... Japan never really addressed its, like, very recent fascist roots, right? China is currently fascist. So the kinds of things that are normalized in Japanese culture are the kinds of things that are normalized that are useful for a fascist state to normalize. So it's like, it's a little bit... let's just say the degree of problematic is in a bit of a different scale when you're looking at when you're looking over there. It's just like a little bit more overtly crazy. I don't know how much of that is going to be, like, brought over into the West, though. I don't know that is going to be seen quite as much of. But yeah, the so anyway, so there's a lot of genres that, like, you just if you could read Chinese, you could play a lot of games, because most games in Japan I don't think are in kanji. So you couldn't read them if you can read Chinese. But the ones that have a lot of kanji in them, if you're Chinese, you can just read that shit, right? Like, the meaning is the same. You don't know what word they're saying, but you know what the word means. So, like, you can just read it. You don't have to give a shit. It's one of the reasons that I push back against people, like, acting like all of, like, Mandarin and Cantonese and Hokkien and all these things are just dialects of Chinese, is because the rules by which they decide to say that those are dialects of Chinese would include Japanese. It would just include Japanese. If you think Hokkien is a dialect of Mandarin, then so is Japanese. It just is, right? They both use the same written language, right? Oh, but katakana and hiragana, don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. If a Chinese person goes to Japan, they can read everything that's going on, as long as you're writing like an adult and not writing for children, right? Like, will you miss a couple of, like, sentence particles and have to figure out what the sentence particle structure is? Sure, you'll have to maybe figure out what 3 pieces of hiragana mean. Other than that, you're probably fine. Though, I do believe that's less the case these days. I think hiragana and katakana, because things are being basically written for children who are uneducated, hiragana and katakana are kind of taking over, I think. That's my understanding, but I haven't, like... Don't quote me on that. That's not, like... something that I'm intimately familiar with. But it's my understanding that it's becoming less the case that you could just walk in as a Chinese person and just know what's going on in anything that you're reading in Japanese. But like, as an example, like when I picked up a copy of Final Fantasy VI, you had like it used kanji, and it had hiragana and katakana and kanji are not used for the same things, but it had hiragana translations underneath the text. So I believe that was the case, though maybe you needed to... That might have been a selection thing. But as a result of that, if you bought a copy of Final Fantasy VI and you were Chinese, like you could read Chinese, you could just read it. Because, again, it's a limited subsection. Kanji is a limited subsection of the Chinese... What is it even called? It's not an alphabet. It's not a syllabary. I'm blanking on the word, but like the equivalent of an alphabet. So like in Japan, in order to be considered like fluent, right? In order to be considered like literate, basically, you need to learn, I believe, like 2,000 kanji. And I think in China you need to learn like 10,000 or something. And part of that is because Japan has syllabaries and uses a simplified version of kanji compared to what China uses. I am actually curious how long the transition has been going on from kanji to like hiragana and katakana. Like I am curious if that's been a process that's been ongoing for like 3 centuries. And if you were to look at something that was written like a few hundred years ago, it would be like, oh yeah, it's like all just it's just Chinese. And if you were to look at something today, it's like, okay, well, you could probably read this, but now, to be clear, my understanding of this mostly derives from the like, I don't know if they were teenagers or 20-somethings. I was, I think, a teenager. I think they were probably 20-somethings. That I was going to school with for the 3 months that I was in Japan. And they were bragging about the fact that they didn't need to learn anything in order to be able to read. They had such a huge leg up in terms of being able to, like, do any of the lessons because of the fact that, like, they didn't... They you know, had to learn, like, the hiragana and the katakana. But, like, once we started getting into, like, okay, here's how to actually write a thing, we're using, like, kanji now, all of them are like, okay, well, I already know how to write this word. I know how to write this already, actually. Look, let's just say that when the school split us between the kids that were good at this and the kids who were not, I never saw any of those Chinese kids ever again. Let's just say, I actually don't remember if that's true. It's funnier for the story if I say it's true, but I don't actually remember if that's true or not. I couldn't tell you who was in those classes. I remember there was one German kid. No, wait, there were 2 German kids. I think they were siblings or something. And there was the group of Chinese kids that I went out with that one time. But, like, I don't remember them from class. They might not even have been in my class. They might have started the program earlier than me. or later than me and just been in a completely different group of people, and we were just socially in the same groups because we were all in the same organization. Because I don't remember like what that outing even was. I wasn't super sociable while I was there because I was staying with like a host family, and they were a little tyrannical regarding like my curfew and things like that. Like they were a little crazy. Like if you don't get back by 4:30 in the afternoon, then just don't bother coming back. Kind of shit. I had a real rough time in Japan, actually. That was not a good living situation. I should have stayed at the dorm. If I had stayed at the dorm, I would have been a way better student. For a lot of reasons. But no, instead I would go home and play World of Warcraft and eat peanut butter. Not peanut butter sandwiches, just peanut butter straight out of a jar. And it's stocked in my room. Look, I had a good time in Japan. I had plenty of good experiences. It's just some parts of that experience were also incredibly dark in a variety of ways. You know how it be. You are like, 19 and you go to a foreign country for 3 months and don't know anything about anything, and you have like a weird, a weird home environment where you have like one auntie who's just kind of like I don't know, taking advantage of the fact that she can get paid to have someone in her house and, maybe doesn't give too much of a shit. Look, I probably should have stayed at the dorm. But that being said, it was a good experience overall. And everyone thought I was Canadian, which I thought was fucking hilarious. Everyone was like, you can't be an American. You haven't tried to convert me yet. Where's your fucking Bible? You are not going to convince me that you're an American unless you show me your Bible. I did, in fact, have that conversation multiple times. And the only other American that I remember from the place explained very thoroughly why it is that they believed. all of the Europeans were like, oh yeah, I've met Americans before. You're not one of them, clearly. I'm pretty sure that being an atheist is illegal in America. I don't buy it. Look, America does not send its best overseas, is all I'm saying. The thing is that most Americans just don't travel overseas. So, like, the issue is not that Americans are that crazy and weird, right? Americans are not that crazy and weird. Americans aren't that different from Europeans. The issue is that the Americans who travel are. There's like a very strong evangelical traveling cohort, which means that most people who are traveling overseas are the craziest people in America. Like, the craziest Bible thumpers in America are the only Americans who go outside of the Americas. So anytime a European thinks about an American, they're thinking about your craziest relative that you've got, right? Or, probably more likely, the people around the relative that you have who lives in, like, the incredibly, like, disturbing section of the country, right? Because, like, let's be honest, your craziest relative is, for most Americans, is not as crazy as the median fucking Louisianan, right? There just aren't enough Louisianans for there to be for the median relative to be that crazy. So, but those, like, those people are not the people that are going. It's not the median Louisianan. It is the craziest people in Louisiana that are traveling overseas. And nobody else. Because everyone else in America is just like, well, why would I go overseas? I'm an American. I have everything I could possibly want in this country. I will never travel to enough of America to justify needing to go overseas. And honestly, accurate. That's accurate. Like, people talk like, oh, well, Americans are so insular. It's like, yeah, because, like, they're kind of like half a continent over there. Like, you think the average Chinese person is traveling outside of China? I mean, ignoring the fact that China is an order of magnitude larger, and the fact that, like, they have an authoritarian state that is controlling their movement, and that most of those people are peasants who, are being explicitly controlled by their government in very, very hostile and dangerous ways, often genocidally. Yes, obviously all of that. But also, have you seen America recently? We ain't that different. And I actually do mean that semi-seriously. Like, part of the reason that Americans don't travel overseas is that Americans are poor as fuck. Like, Americans don't have any money. They don't have the ability. Everything in America was a subscription service before the tech CEOs figured out that they could turn that into the dominant market for everyone on Earth. Like, as an American, you have to pay for that car, you have to pay for that health insurance, or maybe you don't pay for that health insurance and see what happens, And a lot of people can't. But you have to pay for the things that you have to pay for, and the things that you have to pay that are just like bills, they're not like groceries, those are 120% of the median income of the area that you live in. So, like, you're fucked, right? Like, the amount of money that you're making is negative. Everybody just has debt. It's a completely debt-based economy. So, the degree of, like, entrapment that goes on there is something that I don't think people realize just how poor Americans are. Americans are poor in a way that people in other countries just can't be, because of the lack of the debt economy. Like, in America, you can be worse than broke. And most people are. Most people are worse than broke all the time. They have less than $0 in their net worth. They have a lot more, what's the opposite of an asset? They have a lot more liabilities than they have assets. I think what city was it? I don't remember which city it was. But, like, the average net worth for, like, it might have been, like, Black New Yorkers or something like that, was, like, negative $800. Like, that was, like, the median net worth. And the reason for that is, to some degree, systemic racism. To other degrees, it's not even the racism. It's just the way the economy is designed. And part of the reason the economy is designed that way is structural racism. But not all of it. Because a lot of it is just, like, it's just rich people things, right? It's just straight up classist shit. More so that racism, either explicit or implicit. But yeah, people do, like, legitimately underestimate just how poor and impoverished Americans are. Americans underestimate it because they think they live in a rich country, and it's true. Jeffrey Epstein was very rich. There are rich people in America. You aren't one of them. The money in America is not yours. Right? So, like, when you look at, if you look at like medium, like if you look at the GDP per capita and measurements like that, GDP per capita is extremely misleading. But so is like median salaries and stuff like that, because when they calculate the cost of living in a place and they calculate the effective like value of a given currency, they just don't do it right. Like they just don't. Like the USD in fucking Seattle isn't worth shit. Right? USD in Seattle ain't worth anything, right? The Singapore dollar in Singapore is way stronger than the USD is in Seattle. There's like no comparison. So the so I think that there's a strong whatchamacallit, if you just don't go everywhere and hear the way that people talk about shit and like interact with their actual financial situation, and you're just looking at numbers, America looks way better than it looks if you talk to any American about their financial situation at any time. As soon as you talk to an American about their financial situation and you aren't an American, or you've been overseas for long enough, you go, oh, you think you're okay. Like, you think you're financially solvent. I think that you are in trouble and you need protecting. like, oh yeah, it's fine. I've got like $40,000 in debt, and I've got a net worth of $2,000 if you count all of my assets together, and I make technically enough money to buy groceries after I've finished paying all of the payments that I have to pay, or they'll send me into a debtor's prison. Like, I'm doing okay. And it's like, buddy, that's not doing okay.
It won't be any trouble.
we have very different ideas of what it means to be doing okay. But that's just the world. That's just the world, right? Like, people. I remember having a conversation recently with one of my relatives who legitimately thought that America was like the center of like technological innovation in 2023 or whatever, or 2024. And I'm like, what century are you living in? Like, America hasn't been this, like, we haven't been, like, we gave up the biological sciences completely, like, 3 decades ago. Like, biotech can't be done in America because of George Bush. Do you, like, not remember that? Like, the whole stem cell research ban that made it so that the entire field of, like, medical technology basically just stopped existing in our country? Right? Like, that's been happening on, like, a macro and micro level continuously for like my whole lifetime, basically. That kind of decision where it's like, oh, okay, because some evangelical Christians got uppity about their hatred of science, we've decided to ban science in our country in this one narrow field. But it's like, yeah, but everybody knows that it's going to happen to their field eventually. Like, everyone knows it's a matter of time before they get hit with this shit. So scientific innovation has stagnated completely in the United States, right? God, remember how butthurt the, like, AI bros got when China just made, like, a better version of the AI shit? It's like, okay, well, yeah, well, of course they did. Have you seen... Have you seen Silicon Valley? You think that that's the center of technological innovation in the world? Are you fucking kidding me? A bunch of, like, venture capitalists sitting around gooning over how clever they are is not, like, the peak of like, technological expertise in the world. It turns out, not quite. It's like they got a lot of money, so they can do a lot of tech stuff, but like most of what they're doing is just like remaking a thing that was already done better 50 years ago. You know, like it's not like it's not that serious. But yeah, I do think that I do think it's interesting. Like, I feel like when America killed the Japanese economy, which is the way that I will present it as that, or they tried to anyway. I think there's actually a very like realistic interpretation that the attempt to destroy the Japanese economy just made it so that they stopped engaging in the stupid rat race that is destroying the actual world economy for the sake of like putting some numbers on a spreadsheet. There's a very easy argument to make that the Japanese real economy, the actual transactions that people are making, goods and services being exchanged, the things that actually matter to like people, are that economy is way stronger than most global economies, and I think you could make that argument, and I would have to see like some numbers on it, but I think that there's a strong argument to be made there. Look at Tokyo. Tokyo is one of the only one of the only cities on Earth that is livable. You can live in Tokyo. You can't live in New York. I don't care who you are. You don't have enough money to live in New York. You're a New York lawyer, you have to live outside of New York. You can't afford to live in New York. It is very unaffordable. It's almost the transportation is garbage, and it's all terrible. And in Tokyo, you can buy a house, and the reason you can buy a house is that they're still building houses because they don't treat houses as financial assets. They treat houses as houses, which is a thing that almost no one on Earth does anymore. Almost no one on Earth treats housing as a thing as a product which has the purpose of housing a person. In most economies, the housing is treated as an investment vehicle for previously middle class people, previously like working class white people, let's be clear, certainly in America. And the problem with turning housing into an investment vehicle is that creates the problem that your entire population of people who have been working forever don't want housing built now because it decreases the property value. So you've created this really obvious negative incentive throughout the entire fucking population of your country to not build any more housing, and then housing becomes infinitely expensive, and then inevitably it gets bought up by corporations, and then no one can live there. It's great. It's really delightful. I do love me some like really obvious consequences deriving from the conversion of housing from a product to an investment portfolio. You know? Like, houses have legitimately gone from being a house to being, oh, well, you know, when you're making your decision on buying versus renting, you should consider, mathematically whether blah, 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 blah. You know who didn't have to rent or buy their houses? Is fucking medieval peasants. They didn't have to deal with that shit. For the longest time, no one had to actually worry about housing as a part of the market. Housing got added to the market very recently. That's a very, very recent phenomenon that we decided that housing should be a component of a fucking market. Market economics should apply to housing, said no one ever. No one ever thought that housing should be a part of your fucking market. Are you fucking kidding me? obviously stupid. Obviously a bad idea. Because again, like if you turn it into a investment vehicle, which you do by adding it to the market, then the problem with that is that as soon as you make it an investment vehicle, nobody wants to build houses anymore. Because it reduces the value of the assets that they already own. So all the people who have the most power in society, namely fucking old farts who are in their retirements, who have a lot of power for a lot of reasons, one of which being that they've already made all the money that they're ever going to make in their life, so they have the most money that they're ever going to make. But also, in addition to being the wealthiest that they're ever going to be, they also have the most free time because they're goddamn retired. They're retired. The children are not. So the children can't just, harass the city council continuously forever. They have things to do. They have shit to do and cannot harass city councilors as a profession the way that old people can. So all these old people sitting on, all this property go, oh, why don't you just, pull yourself up by your bootstraps like I did? It's like, you didn't. Your parents shot all the Nazis. What the fuck did you do? What did you ever do to deserve any of this shit? Oh, you worked 15 hours a week and went to school for 10 hours a week? That's how you got through Purdue? Okay, great, thanks. I'm glad to hear that we have such an easily, actionable, obvious solution to our problems. What if I simply worked a third as hard as I'm working right now, and it just magically resulted in getting the same results you got? Okay. Fucking boomers. I say, look, my generation are going to be the next boomers. Like what? Like
Happy family.
that's not true.
Now we can let bygones be bygones.
I mean, to a
You must be
point.
joking. After the wars you've caused, after all the people you've killed,
Kill
you've
him.
caused much
Kill him.
misery. Archibald, I'm
Cut his head
pleased
off.
for your
Do it.
crimes against the kingdoms of Enroth
Do it.
and Arathia, for all
You
the
won't.
suffering you have caused. I
Do it, coward.
hereby sentence you to
Do it.
Archie, you told me you and your followers
Archie?
to continue your studies in peace.
Kill him too.
Going to remain there and trouble us no more.
Kill him.
Yes.
He did save my life.
He did say. What do you mean
It was a
he?
mistake, but very well.
What am I? Chopped liver?
I sentence you to exile on your little island, never to leave upon pain of death.
What is this
You
bullshit?
swear you will remain on the island.
I swear.
I swear it, I would never
I
lie.
never want to see you again.
The score is even now, brother. Goodbye.
Yes. Goodbye.
Fucking. Come on, man. Come on. Look. Girl boss, gatekeep, regicide, okay? Regicide isn't a G, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. Just, like, fucking kill both of them. Like, clearly this family is cursed. Just kill them both. Come on. Come on. Trump is not an unusual conservative. Trump is very normal. Everything about Donald Trump is very normal conservative talking points. Like, he says some things out loud that the typical congressional member only thinks and then obliquely references every 3 words, but no, he's not. Donald Trump is a fascist, which is representative of the party that he is a member of. That is what they have wanted this whole time. It also represents the representative of his class, right? Like that is what, like, New York billionaires, New York fucking real estate people, that's, he's very normal. But yeah, like bear in mind that probably if you're seeing real estate ads, they're probably mostly scams. Would be my presumption. Right? Like, I don't know that they actually represent any real, like, real estate. And as has been made very clear over the course of a very long time, right? Like conservatives' brains are fucking soup. If you're going to try to sell a scam, that's who you're trying to sell a scam to. Like, you can certainly scam people who are not voting for Donald Trump, but if you are selecting for people who are voting for Donald Trump, let's just say that you have 100% overlap with very gullible and easy to convince of stupid. Like, these people are definitely going to fall for your scam.
Jump.
The only way to not get them to fall for your scam
We don't need it.
is to not be scammy enough.
This item's weak. We don't need it.
And I do kind of mean that seriously. Like, if you don't sound enough like an obvious, like, liar, they don't trust you because you're trying to sound reasonable.
Jump.
There's an element of like, oh, well, this person's trying to sound sane, so clearly they're trying to put one over on
We
me.
don't need it. This item's weak.
Worthless. Leave it. Worthless.
This person who just said the craziest fucking thing you've ever heard, there's no way he's lying about that. Which one was it? Was it Goering?
Can I help you with
I
anything?
don't remember which one was the one.
Worthless.
Who was?
This item's weak.
It was like one of the Nazi architects, right? I think it might have been Goering. It was basically like, if you're gonna lie, lie big, because if you manage to convince people, like anyone that you manage to convince of a big lie,
Thanks. Come again.
you can convince them of anything from then on, right? At that point, admitting that they have been deceived on such an obvious and blatantly stupid lie is so damaging to their internal psyche that they won't do it. And so, I think it's Goering. Let's see which one it is. Let's see. I'm trying to remember the wording of it. If I can remember the wording of it, it'll be easier to Google. If you're going to let's see. Let's see. Okay, so apparently it's literally from Mein Kampf. Okay? So the term "the big lie" is derived from Mein Kampf. And he apparently uses it to describe how people could be induced to believe so colossal a lie because they would not believe that someone could have the impudence to distort the truth so infamously. So he said that it was the Jews who were doing it, right? So he was using the term to describe what the Jews were doing, right? But it was literally his thing, right? That is the thing. And I want to see. Goering had a quote about it. Oh, is it Goebbels? Okay, so the Goebbels might not have actually said this. So Goebbels, he's been quoted as saying this many times over the years, but no one has a primary source for it. There's a decent chance that he never actually said it. But the thing that I'm thinking is, if you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. The lie can be maintained only for such a time as the state can shield the people from the political, economic, or military consequences of the lie. It thus becomes vitally important to the state to use all of its power to repress dissent, for the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, and thus by extension, the truth is the greatest enemy of the state. So that is a quote that Goebbels was supposed to have said, the head of the Ministry of Propaganda for Nazi Germany. However, it probably... According to Wikipedia, there's a guy who did research and indicates that it is unlikely that he said it. And since none of the previous sources have a primary source, like none of the books that were written have a primary source indicating where this quote came from, that seems reasonable. You only need one person who is like a historian who did research and says, Though, who knows who Randall Bitwork is? Maybe he's just a fucking Nazi. I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out who Randall Bitwork is. My assumption is he's just some random dude. He's a researcher on Nazi and East German propaganda. That seems like the kind of person who, if he was going against people with actual like claims, like if the common consensus was this guy said it because he said it here at this time with these people present and here's the documentation for it, I would distrust him. If there's no primary source for it and he says that it's probably something that someone made up, then the guy who studies Nazi propaganda is probably the guy who you go, yeah, that's probably true then. He probably didn't say it. So, but that being said, Hitler does describe that, pretty much that exact thing in his book. It's just that he lies, obviously, about who's doing the lie. Who's doing the big lie is him. Which is the way that they do it. That's the way Nazis always work. Nazis are always claiming that the other side is doing the thing that they are very obviously doing in public. They're just doing it with their whole chest. And so, anyway. But yeah, the sentiment of that is like a real one. Like, right now, the Trump administration is in the process of erasing American history to rewrite it from the perspective of like a white nationalist agenda with a variety of like, you know, fun alterations. He fired the person who's responsible for like reporting labor numbers just recently because she gave numbers that he didn't like. And he just replaced it with one of his random stooges. And his reasoning behind it was, well, they keep changing the numbers, and that means that they're not trustworthy. And it's like, my guy, it's really easy to just lie about a number. If somebody is changing what the numbers are, and they're saying, oh, okay, this is what we think this number is. This very complicated, difficult problem, here's our interpretation of that number. And then 2 months later, they come back and say, okay, we fucked up. That person is so much more trustworthy. Yeah, the history books in the United States are going to be written about it just incorrectly. That is 100% the case. There's already children who are being taught that Donald Trump won the election in their schools. Currently, right now. There's a lot of people who are being taught in school that is what happened. Which is, you know, just not good for society. But, you know. So yeah, like, we've got a complete, like, remaking of the historical record on our hands that we're not coming back from, right? Like,
Can I help you with anything?
we're not. We didn't successfully do Reconstruction, and that was after fighting a whole war over it. After fighting an entire war, over the issue of slavery. They just let it go. They just fully let it go after they won the war. And we're like, you know what? It's fine. You know what? We don't need to do a reconstruction, actually. We don't need to actually meaningfully change the culture down in the South. You know, maybe the South can just have slaves and call them a different thing. And that's fine, actually. And maybe slavery was fine the whole time, actually. You know, maybe we're, being a little, and like then the fucking Daughters of the Confederacy show up, and it's just like, fucking come on, man. Just fucking imagine fighting the Civil War and then having Gone with the Wind come out. You fucking kidding me? You fucking kidding me with this shit? Imagine winning the Civil War and allowing the South to fucking rewrite history like this. It is embarrassing. The South doesn't even have an economy. They don't have any people, and they don't have any money. And yet, like, the Confederacy has no people, has no money, somehow the only politically relevant bloc in the entire fucking country completely controls American politics. That's an overstatement. They don't completely control American politics. New York business tycoons have a lot of influence on American politics as well. But they are not your friends. So, I guess we go to 8 again. Let's just do 8. No, we need to let's do the turn in Nyan. Because I think that, or not Nyan, in the pit. I mean, the thing is that I actually don't know if, like, we're going to... I don't know that the, like, American experiment is going to last long enough to actually, like... have the history books change in a long-term way. I feel like there's a non-zero chance that America just kills us all. And there's a non-zero chance that America just collapses under itself. Like, there's a non-zero chance that there's a civil war that just tears the country to shreds. We're already starting to see that, right? Like, the movement toward, like, maximal gerrymandering that's happening right now is one that will result in Donald Trump declaring Congress illegitimate and just basically dismantling Congress. Like, that's a thing that's gonna happen if the Democrats do what is necessary in order to combat what they're trying to do in Texas. So So I don't know what's going to happen. It's a bit up in the air. That is a lot of levels. Okay. So we're done with Might and Magic 7 for now. We'll just finish clearing out a bunch of stuff in 8. We'll probably be able to get 2 of these done. And we might actually be able to fit... We only have 2 dungeons left. And those 2 dungeons are probably not going to give us enough EXP. And the next quest that we turn in after that finishes the expansion. So we're probably good to go. So Might and Magic 8 we're going to finish... and that'll be good. Yeah, it's pretty wild over there. Yeah, definitely I would say get the hell out of there if you can. That position has not changed. That remains my position. Is get the fuck out of that country, because there's no good way that this ends. It's gonna get a lot worse before it gets better, and no matter how bad it gets in the next 5 years, that is going to continue to be the sentence that I have to say every single time. It's just gonna keep happening. It's just gonna keep doing it. It will continue to be true. I don't like it.
Let's go.
I don't like that that's true, but that doesn't... it doesn't matter what I like. Has this always been this easy? I feel like I remember this being way harder. Oh, interesting. Immolation's hitting for pretty hard. Interesting. How many can I kill with this? Okay. None are still standing underneath me. It can hit you with implosion. Prismatic light works.
Okay.
I'm gonna do prismatic light. I imagine implosion isn't gonna be doing a ton of damage. My intention right now is mostly just to get
Want some?
the ones that are directly beneath me cleared. Some of them are on the ground. Okay, some of them are right there. I don't know how many are behind me.
Now want some?
Okay, we got the rock blast hitting multiple. The concern is that if I get hit once, there's a chance that I just die. So, how many are just chilling on the bottom of this place? Can I hit them from here? I don't seem to be able to hit them from here. I guess I could try sparks, actually. This is a decent opportunity for sparks. I think that this is maybe all enemies on the bottom. That's concerning. I don't know what the fuck that was. Oh, these are plane overlords. Shit. Okay, I thought it was all going to be thingers. We can release Growlcore. That way we don't have to actually come back up here. Okay. So it's concerning that they can actually hit me with ranged attacks from down there. That's a fairly major concern for me. We could just try using sparks. Oh, that hit many, many times. Okay, sparks is not a bad option.
Ready to use.
We're finally in a circumstance where sparks is going to be able to clear in a reasonable time fashion. Time fashion? In a timely manner. Yeah, look at that. Look, the sparks are going crazy. I'm so happy, actually, because people keep saying use sparks, and I keep saying there's actually very little in terms of situations where I can use sparks safely, and it'll accomplish our core objectives in a timely manner. And I'm so happy to have found a situation where it's like, oh no, sparks is gonna fucking crush in here. Look at that. Well done, well done. Okay. Now the question is whether I can loot any of these. That's the real question. Because if I jump down... I guess I could just jump down and hit the loot button. Okay, I think that'll work. It's a lot easier than trying to... Oh. Nailed it. Go. Look at us. Okay, not much left. Just need to jump up here. Okay. Get forward quite far enough. Okay, got that. I missed the jump. Okay. Fucking got it. Okay. So there's still an item in the middle of this. Is that an item that fell down here? Is that... I think that might be... Actually, no. It is... Whoa, what is that? It's probably two items. Or maybe more than two. Is that everything? Is it only one item? What was that? Because I only saw one... There. Huh, interesting. Okay, nailed it. Oh, was that? We got an Oracle Orb. That's actually really clutch. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much considering how late in the game we are, but still pretty cool. Okay. EXP 6 is the highest right now, but I'm not gonna do another Might and Magic 6 map. I'm not gonna do a map, okay? We're gonna finish the game so that I can play Silksong, which is definitely coming out tomorrow. Just trust me, okay? I have it on good authority. I have it on very good authority. Are my Silk posting jokes funny? Like, do people get it even? Like, so like, I haven't engaged in this for the bulk of this time period, but like, so the Silksong posters are very funny because they have been continuously like, basically convincing themselves that Silk Song is coming out tomorrow for the last... Give me a second to check when Hollow Knight release date. 2017. So for 8 years... For 8 years, they've been like, tomorrow, man, Silk Song comes out tomorrow, right? And some of them are joking and some of them are not, and most of them are some mixture of the two at various periods, depending on when you ask, right? Like, that's my interpretation of the Silk posting phenomenon. I saw a Dan Olsen video on it at some point recently that I thought was funny. But I also get like content recommendations about Hollow Knight, so I get people talking about Silk Song, right? So like I saw like the Jacksepticeye, you know, clown face thing that he did for like some Switch thing at some point. Like I'm familiar with this stuff. It's just a lot of people who are very much looking forward to Silk Song coming out, right? Like they're looking out for Silk Song like Christians are pretending that they're looking out for Jesus, okay? Like that's the dynamic to a very large degree. And it's cute. And it's not most people who are looking for Silk Song to come out. It's just Silk posters. Silk posters and Hollow Knight fans are a group that it's a Venn diagram, it's not a circle, okay? And I'm sure the game's going to be great when it comes out, but it's been funny because of the fact that, like, I've been broadly... Like, it'll come out eventually, right? And I think it was revealed at some point recently that it's coming out, like, this year or this quarter or something. And then I have recently been getting... like updates on my phone going like, oh, you know, Silk Song's about to get, you know, it's going to be releasing next month, you know, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's like it's exactly like the Half-Life people. That's what I should have used to describe it for my audience of elderly gamers. But the do I have any young people in my audience? Probably, right? Twitch is still hip and cool, right? The young folks are still on Twitch. The Utes, as they call themselves, you know? See, I know the term Utes because I'm familiar with their lingo.
I bet it's going to be bad.
And everyone who hasn't seen... Like, God, what's that guy's name, even? Like, the one specific... Is it, like, Gary Oldman or something? Whose name is very apropos? I don't think it's Gary Oldman. It's one of the other guys. It's... Same, like... time period. But looks more like, Bismarck. Did he play Bismarck in a movie or something? Is that why I associate him with Bismarck? Or is it just that in Civilization, Bismarck looks like that guy? I don't know. Either way, I have a very strong association there. I also don't know who he is, but he's probably in movies with Gary Oldman, so there's that. Is it? But Joe Pesci isn't the one who calls them Utes, is it? No, it's the judge who calls them Utes. Yeah, and the judge is using the same accent that the guy I'm thinking of uses, I think. I am 100% sure that Vinny doesn't say that. It's because it's a southern dialect thing. It's not a it's a specifically southern dialect thing. You think the famously Jersey accent that Vinny has? The whole thing is the judge says something about the Utes. or something. Oh, actually, no, maybe I'm wrong. No, I think the way the judge says it is the way that I'm saying it. I think I'm saying what you're all saying. The judge is unclear what he's saying. I don't think he says use. But maybe he does, and I'm just thinking of the way that the judge says it. I think that I'm thinking of the way the judge says it, not the way that Vinny says it. In the sense that I'm thinking of the way the judge says it in response to what Vinny is saying. Because Vinny does pronounce it weird, and the judge goes, Utes. But anyway, I've heard a southern accent saying it the way that I'm thinking of it. I'm not thinking of it in a Jersey accent. Because the way that Vinny says it is distinctly different from the way that the other guy is mirroring him with his southern accent. It is funny. It's a movie that I basically have exclusively seen because my sister watches it like every year. I remember enjoying it. Okay, we've cleared out another dungeon. Utes. But yeah, who is that? Who's the guy I'm thinking of? Because I feel like he says Utes that way too.
There isn't any room.
Just tracking down the scene in my cousin Vinny. But then the judge repeats him.
I have too much.
The judge repeats him is the thing. And the judge repeating him is the part that's funny.
No room.
And the judge doesn't sound like Vinny. The part that I'm talking about is the judge's quotation of Vinny. Because Vinny's saying, you know, whatever he's saying. He's not saying Utes. The slow, deliberate, and incredibly bizarre. God, who's the guy who looks like Bismarck? And does he ever say the word Utes like that? It is funny, though, that I associate the spelling and pronunciation style with a southern accent, if that's not actually, like, the origin of the thing, and it's just that a guy says it with a southern accent that one time. Because that would be really funny. Utes. I can't see. The thing is, I can't play it because I'm on stream. I can't actually play the audio. But I feel like I remember that. I'm definitely not just implanting memories. Definitely not. Okay, bolster level in 8 is still the highest, so we are going to be, and by the highest I mean the second highest, but my magic 6 doesn't count. So, we are going to go blow up... What's your name? Mouthhole dude. Eschaton. His name is Eschaton. I was thinking Eschaton, and then I was like, that doesn't... That could be anybody. It's probably not Eschaton. Eschaton might be someone from any number of media franchises. I shouldn't say that out loud. I don't know where that's from, and it's from this. It was perfectly safe. It was perfectly safe. These two youths. Utes. What's a ute? I'm nailing it, okay? I'm nailing the scene, okay? I saw it the last time like 8 years ago. I'm definitely nailing the scene exactly. Didn't I do all of them, Brie? I did do them already. So what am I supposed to do now? Because you get a quest for it. For each one, and it's not showing up. It says consult Xanthor about it. So do I have to go all the way back there and talk to Xanthor again? So we'll find out. Back to Ravenshore. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, yes. I remember now. See, this cutscene I remembered, and for some reason I thought that I had to go to his castle to get that cutscene. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Does it mean the elemental planes are gone now? Can I not go through those doors anymore?
Tell them I have failed.
We did it! Good job! We saved the world again! And we still didn't get an EXP. Wait, do we have to, like, turn in or something? Do we have to talk to Xanthor again? Alright, so we can't get back there now. Crystal's gone. Do we lose 5 zones by doing that? Plus all the dungeons? I guess in this we can still do them because we can still get maps. But let me see here. Do I need to talk to the head of the Merchant Guild again? Do it? Okay, yeah, but wait, but what, where, how do I turn in? But wait though, I'm confused. Am I done? Man, 8 is so weird. Okay, I think I'm done here. So I guess we go back to 7. We have an hour left to finish 7. And if we finish 7 within an hour, we can do Silk Song tomorrow. We can be doing Silk Song tomorrow. It's definitely coming out tomorrow, okay? 3 days ago, I got a message on my phone saying, "Ooh, Silk Song! It's gonna be live in like 24 hours. Trust me, bruh." Who said that? I don't know. My phone said it. It just said it to me. I with no context. So it's got to be true. it can't have been that too long. It can't have been 24 hours yet. So clearly tomorrow it'll be ready. That's just true facts. Where am I going? Oh God, I have to go to Av. Ugh. I just realized where I have to go now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I see you.
It's closed.
Let's see. Wait.
Can I help you with anything?
Yeah.
Jump.
So that's this game finished. We definitely finished everything and don't have any underwater sections that we are not doing.
We don't need it.
Congratulations to us on finishing the entire thing. That's awesome for us. Unfortunately, there's some sort of bug that's causing the thing to not spawn. Hello, beautiful. Okay. I don't need to do anything to you. You're just, like, fully ready to go? Okay. I'll take it. Why not? That sounds great. Yeah. This is great. Let's go. Definitely don't. I cannot believe what assholes they were about the fucking underwater section. Oh my god, I can't believe these developers
Jump.
Actually, now that I think about it, did they change it? They didn't change it so that I can just like put those in my inventory and go down there, did they?
Jump.
Because there were so many bugs with them, did they just like give up and make it so that you just have to put them in your inventory instead? I feel like I remember someone talking about that at some point. So I'll check, but I don't think so. I think that's unlikely. I don't think anybody did that.
Thanks. Come again. See anything
So
you
we'll
want?
just go to Avley. We'll just go to Avley and unequip every random item that we have, and then fight underwater where we...
Worthless.
Wait, we have a dragon. Oh, we have a... Never mind. We're fine. Who cares? It doesn't even matter what mechanics they changed. It's fine. Pfft, who gives a shit? We have a fucking dragon.
We don't need
We have a dragon. We're golden. We are golden.
Thanks a lot.
Fully golden. Can you even equip the... Wait, can you even equip the thing? Where are they?
I can't use it. No, I have too much.
That's concerning, because I don't think... I think that in this mod, you don't need to take off everything, you just need to take off...
It's of no use to me.
Uh-oh. You can't equip the thing. So, we're going to teleport over to Nyone. We're going to train... Shit, it's the wrong time of day.
Our traders
Never
never
mind.
get tired. Excellent.
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 I appreciate that pun so much.
Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
And hey, you know, maybe if Silksong isn't out tomorrow, maybe we do Might and Magic 9 instead. That's definitely a game that we need to replay immediately, right? We could also start up a melee run, and we could also... we could if we wanted. If I could figure out a way to get through that tutorial on Genshin, which I am going to watch those TikToks at some point. if the only source of how to skip that scenario is on TikTok, if that's the only source of that information, I'm gonna cry. Okay, like, look, TikTok should not be how I'm learning to do that. Okay, TikTok cannot be the new Reddit. I do not approve of TikTok being the new Reddit. I need my information to be available to me in text format. This video format bullshit is unacceptable.
Need a ride?
I wasn't happy when it all became about fucking YouTube videos. You see Reddit threads where someone's like, oh, here's an explanation for how this mechanic works, and they just link to a goddamn YouTube video, and it's like, this is Reddit. I don't want to go to YouTube. I want someone to write out a giant guide for me. Here. What are you doing? Don't send me to YouTube. Monsters? Should be illegal. Criminal behavior. Okay. We're going to find out if we can just walk over here. You are drowning. But not everybody. Oh? I was flying. Oh, we're fine. We're golden. Oh! Can't cast prismatic light outdoors. Okay, we're gonna reload. I can't open the C thing I can't get my spell book open. Which means that I need to have the right spells already.
Ready.
So that's set to autocast. What are you on right now? That's fine. You should probably swap to this because it's just faster. You're on the right thing. You're on the right thing now. Wait, should I use Sunray? We should use Sunray.
Okay.
Let's use Sunray. This is going to be great. Okay, saving under caster save. We're fine. We can go pop over here. Oh, that's funny. Wait, am I on double speed? Oh, I was on double speed that whole time. Okay. Okay, we can save the game. This is an outdoor zone, so we don't really need to save under danger. We don't have a limited number of saves either, so life is good. So we cannot cast while we're here, but we can cast whatever our ready spells are, so good fucking luck.
We've got it.
So, before, it used to be that you had to change out your gear. So this section, the only weapons you could use were blasters. And you couldn't equip any armor or anything else that goes on your body. The only thing you could have equipped was the suit itself and a blaster. Those are the only items that you could have equipped. So it was real rough. You couldn't cast spells at all. So the only thing you could do is blow these up with blasters. That was all you had access to unless you wanted to do unarmed damage. So given that I didn't allow range attacks and I had to clear everything, it was a bit rough for me doing these sections because I would have to go completely unarmed and beat shit up unarmed. And then in the previous time that I played this on Mob, that's on Vanilla though. Vanilla, they don't have that. They're not that strong on Vanilla. You can go in naked and you're fine. So we might actually be able to finish this. I don't know how we're gonna get Invis cast. We do have the extra zone here to clear. Can't invis. You're regenerating, so that's a bit of a hassle. What am I hitting with somewhere? It is funny using Sunray when I'm so deep underwater that, like, there's no, like, sunlight. Hey, later, Celestial.
Who wants some?
Ooh, shit. There we go. I can save the game, I guess. Find this. So we're getting there. We've got half this zone cleared. Not in terms of like population, but we've got half the zone cleared in terms of size. And honestly, not even that technically, but close to it, you know? It's close enough for government work, just not in my country, you know? Just not here. I really... Yeah, think about it. I should maybe start getting more. I should maybe start looking at that today. Actually, maybe today is the day to start looking into that. Applying for Singapore citizenship. that's a.
Nice shot.
That's probably a good idea to look into. I'll check out what the process looks like.
Nice shot.
Let's see. Okay. Is there a thing here? Doesn't look like it, not on this one. Okay, moving right along.
We've got it.
Okay.
Who wants some?
Yeah, I should look into some new, like, casual stuff to add to just the list of nonsense that I'm doing off stream. I've been doing Lies of P,
Some.
and it's been going fairly well, but it's you know, it's fine. It's going fine so far. It's funny because I remembered it being harder, and then like, but I guess the last time I was streaming, and I'm terrible at every video game when I'm streaming, so there is that. Ooh, yesterday I finally started What Remains of Edith Finch, and it was not the genre of game that I thought it was, and you know, we're probably going to be going back to it today, but it's not what I was expecting. It's not what I was expecting. We're in a full different genre than I thought we were. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if I, you know, finish that one. We'll see if we manage to get through that one. One of the very funny things about, like, walking simulators is that most of them are horror games, even if they're not horror games. And I just think that that's very funny about, like, the entire genre of walking simulator, where it's like, I remember playing a game called, I think it's called Gone Home, like, years and years ago. Me and my wife played it together a long time ago. And it was so goddamn spooky. The premise of the game, okay, is you were off at college and you come to your house and no one's there. Like, you're visiting your like parents or whatever, right? And the front door's open and nobody's home. And it's the middle of the night.
Nice shot.
Right? Like, I don't know, like, what time it's supposed to be, but it's like, you get... So, like, I don't know how, like, common an experience this is, but it's, like, for me, it's a very normal experience of, like, oh, yeah, like, I'm going to visit my family for some holiday. I'm arriving on some, like, flight that lands in the middle of the night or whatever, and ain't nobody coming to pick my ass up. So so you just, like, arrive at the house and either someone opens the door or, like, they leave a key under a pot or something for you for that, like, exact interaction if you're going to arrive at, like, 2 in the morning or something, right? Generally speaking, someone's awake. They're just not coming to pick you up at the airport because they don't love you enough to pick you up at the airport. That is not accurate. Certainly, look, I will say, certainly my mother has an excuse, which is that she can't drive at night because she's night blind. Because she worked out in the sun in Florida for a year, for like a summer. She was like selling something in like a craft like market or something. I don't remember what the thing was called, but like she was doing stuff at like a craft market or something, and she spent a summer doing that and destroyed her eyes because she didn't wear sunglasses when she was outdoors all day in the afternoon, and she just can't see at night now, and hasn't been able to for as long as I have known her because of that one event happening. Okay, maybe not as long as I've known her, technically, because I think that happened while I was a baby. But whatever, it doesn't matter. The specific timing isn't that important. Anyway, point being, like, it's a fairly common experience to, like, be like, okay, yeah, I'm going home, and I'll see everyone in the morning or whatever. But, like, having the thing be like, okay, yeah, you go home, congratulations, you arrive there, the door's open, some of the lights are on, most of them are off, and, like, where the fuck is everybody? And that's the premise of Gone Home. So, walking simulators are always disturbing, right? They're always horror games, even when they're not. I will give a very minor spoiler for Gone Home. I remember it being a really good game. So if people are into walking simulators, just like a vehicle for narrative to just be delivered to you, if someone's into that kind of stuff, you should watch it. This is not a spoiler that I think is a meaningful one because it ties into genre. But mute me for a couple of seconds. I'll give a thumbs up when I'm done with the spoiler. Okay, so the spoiler is it's not a horror game. It's just not. It's not a horror game, but it is. Mechanically, it's scary as all fuck. But it's not supposed to be a horror game. Well, they're deliberately playing up the elements of it, but like there's no like actual horror themes to it. There's nothing supernatural is going on. The thing that's going on isn't even scary. It's like it's very nice, and that's okay. But yeah, end of spoilers. Thumbs up. We're not spoiling anymore. Point being, every walking simulator is a horror game. As a component of the genre. Because if you be walking, it be spooky. Okay, so we are going to have to deal with enemies on multiple sides of us while we have none of our buffs up, I believe. Okay, so... Yes, we've done Land of the Giants. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get this done. Yeah, we're now... I've done this in a objectively harder situation. It can't be that bad. Oh god. You have Sunray.
Ready.
Is that why I died all those times? Did I just stop casting when I got to the fourth? I think that might be part of what was killing me there. Okay, so we're swapping off of Sunray to Prismatic Light.
Where is the enemy?
Shit. This is gonna be rough. This is gonna be rough. Because we can't invis before we get in here. We can't... I don't need to swap my gear. My gear is all equipped. But I don't have any of my buffs. And these hit like trucks, so even with my buffs, I don't know that I would be preventing myself from getting obliterated by them. So... I don't actually know what I need to do here. Yeah, they've changed it so that the gear doesn't... Yeah. I can't cast anything outdoors. The underwater area that I'm in, you can't open your spellbook. So if I had the bottle, I could, but I don't... I think it might have been removed. Because basically, the thing that would be the way to do it would be to cast Invis and hope that it... Because it's not like a maintained spell. I just blew him up. So hitting S works, but I can't open my spellbook. So if I had Invis set as a ready spell before I entered here, I could do it. I could also do that with Thinger, but I'm not gonna... There's limits to how cheesy I'm going to be today. Should there be limits to how cheesy I'm going to be today? Probably not, but... You know what I'm going to do? Speaking of being cheesy... But yeah, so the correct strategy to try would be to leave, set Lloyd's Beacon as my ready spell, pop over here, press S, get a Lloyd's Beacon right here, go back, change my ready spell to Invis, and then cast Lloyd's Beacon, press S to get Invis cast, and walk in the door. That's the correct strategy. That's the thing to do. Like, let's be clear here. There is a correct thing to do. That is what I should be doing. Because that's what is the appropriate strategy for the party that I have. Instead, I'm going to pop in. We're going to cast Summon Wisp, which is a good idea. And then I'm going to die anyway because they spawned inside of me and didn't block any of the projectiles. Look, that's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So, cast this. We are going to swap to Prismatic Light.
Ready.
And we're going to cast Summon Wisp, and we're going to back up. We didn't die instantly. I don't think the Wisps are going to help me very much, because they're already going to be targeting me. They have way too many... They have a multi-shot attack. And I have this... I have Sunray. You know, I shouldn't have set up Sunray. Okay, let's... Prismatic Light, Summon Wisp, run like... Instantly die. Okay, they're able to shoot through that window, I think, so I can't approach that direction. I need to approach from the other direction. So, pop in. Prismatic Light. Set. Wisps. Go. That could hypothetically work. That could hypothetically work. So, what are we doing? In vanilla, this is really tough, because in vanilla, it is, like, mechanically worse to get in here. Like, mechanically, getting in here is way harder on vanilla. Because you don't have any buffs, you are completely naked, and this, that, or the other thing. So, relative to the other content, this section is way harder in vanilla compared to the difference in content between this and normal stuff. Did I do that to myself? I did that to myself. I fully killed myself there. Okay. So, set.
Okay.
Okay, so you're going to switch you off of Dragon Breath. I'm gonna Soul Drinker. Because I can Soul Drinker those in the back there. Okay. Is that everybody in this room? That's everybody in this room. Okay, I can't actually hit the ones in the back there. That's rude. Why is there only one? Shouldn't there be two of you? Did it only summon one, or did I get the other one killed already? I don't feel like these should have been doing enough damage to kill one. Whoa, 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 wait. Calm down. Oh, right, I can't even open this door. Can I? There we go. I'm not going to worry about it. So we got this. Okay, that's rude. Oh.
Ready.
So that one's toast. Is that all of them? Okay, that's all the ones in this room. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's go. We getting there. Okay, so we can't invis yet. We're not going to be able to get in the green over here, can we? No shot. Alright, let's swap to Rock Blast. You have Soul Drinker on. Should I just leave that on? Sure, why not? Okay, we're not going through an elevator. Elevators will kill me. Yeah, we don't have enough. We have 9. It's plenty. It's plenty. This dungeon's tiny. Who needs food? I say as I almost get myself killed. Yeah, 9 food should be plenty for this dungeon if clearing this room gets me the ability to get in the green. If I can't get in the green from this room, then we're gonna have some troubles. I saw that immolation tick. Yeah, but I don't think I've killed any bosses or anything yet, so... Oh, that did not kill. Oh, shit. Okay, that was toast. Okay, I need to jump. Okay. Immolation gets the kill. Oh, there's... Oh, shit, there's a whole... Fuck. Oh, baby! Okay. Luckily, they are just dicking around instead of, like, just killing me. Yeah, there's a lot of noises in this dungeon. Okay, let's swap you to Light Bolt.
Okay.
The other thing that I could do if I wanted is I could throw out a Wisp. It's not the apex of my reach there. It is funny that the range on Spirit Lash is even lower than Immolation. You'd think that they would have the exact same range, but they don't. Yeah, I'm not super concerned about the EXP stealing angle, considering that I am absolutely cheating like hell by doing that. Okay, let's see. It's not sufficient. Can I get you with this? Nope. Okay, we got one of them. But yeah, that chittering is wild. Like, I guess it's it's almost like a mechanical chittering. Like, it sounds like halfway between, like, a mechanical sound and an insect sound. I think they did a really good job with these, actually. Like, the sound design for these is pretty solid. Okay, I can't open this door. Going through there is a bad idea. Need to get the ability to invis. Okay, Secret Droid's down. I don't know if that other one is in this section or not, so I'm a little concerned. Okay, that one's toast. Can't see. Okay, those are in a different room. This is not. Okay, that one's dead. Alright, this room is cleared. It probably is. It's well done. It's good sound design. Well put together, well chosen. Do I need to, like, restart the power or something to open any of the doors? Oh, wait. You got into the red pretty early there. No. Too bad. That's interesting. I don't remember... But no, turning on... No, turning on the power is a different thing. Okay, we have 31% completed, so we're about halfway done with our goal. There must be another direction that I can go. Can I just keep going this way? No. Do I have to go on this elevator and die? I think I have to go on this elevator, so I'm probably dead here. I don't remember which direction I could face. Okay, that's convenient. There's enemies upstairs, but not down here. I don't really remember the layout of this place very well. I don't even remember where you get the guns.
Who wants some?
Wow, that was really convenient. We killed every enemy that was visible with, like, perfect accuracy. Okay, power's been restored. I'm gonna go upstairs, which is probably a bad idea. Yeah, it's just that this area is scary and I didn't want to come up here. Okay. So, but I didn't even need to worry about it, because I didn't need to clear those for that purpose. But we do need... We do need to clear this room. Shit. I'm, like, exuding extreme uncle energy, literally shifting my body in real life with my movements in-game. Look, if you twist your torso along with your movements in-game, it definitely makes you move faster in-game. I didn't forget to buy food, I just didn't buy food. There's a difference. There's a difference. I like periodically getting, I think this is probably how much food I had on me. I don't think it removed me down below 10. I like to explore the space to get myself to the percent that I need. There is the issue that, like, this is going to potentially require a lot of, like, reloads right at the start if I fuck this up. But I mean, the answer to that is just don't fuck up, right? Right? Easy decision. Easiest decision of my life. Simply do not fuck up. I say, as I immediately don't realize that the other side of this is visible.
Who wants some?
But yeah, if I can clear out this room here, right, the area directly above me, then... Can I see you? I can't. Okay, so let's implosion you to death.
Ready.
Okay, that one's dead. So we have one over there. I'm not going to get in range to see it, I don't think. Oh, wait. Okay, that is already dead, though.
Ready to
Let's
use.
throw a rock blast up there. Let's see if we can get a good angle. Oh! We just hit an entire pack over there, and then we hit the one that we were looking to get. Alright, so how the fuck did we hit all those over there? Because that's wild. Okay, I think I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to pop over here. I don't think that I cleared out enough to get in the green, but I might have. Because there were some on the east side there. That's fine. We're at 41%. If we clear another roughly 20% of this map, we can just leave, right? So we have that going for us. The other thing we have going for us is that we have like a lot of like... We have a lot of doorways that are closed that we can open like a door and just shoot projectiles into the one door. Okay? Like, we might be able to clear these before they even get to us. So, that's done. Easy. Easy peasy. I believe that whole hallway is cleared. We just need to get this hallway here. That went right past me and scared the shit out of me. And I could have died there. That definitely was suboptimal. Okay, if we go here, we have a room full of enemies. And if we get behind a corner, can we shoot at them from safety? That's going to be a really hard angle to hit, I think. So we're probably not hitting you from there. But we can hit you from here. Can we just tag you with...
I don't know.
No. Oh, look at that. How low that is, though. Look at that. Look at you. No shot. No shot. That's concerning. Okay, it moved. There are more than one of them there. Okay, that one's toast. We are hitting for, like, almost 100,000 damage with Implosion now, which is nice. Being able to do indirect fire for that much. There's no shot that this works. There's, like, a pixel. Okay. It's not anywhere. It's not. It's definitely more than 1 pixel, okay? It is metaphorically a pixel, okay? That's the... Damn it. I had high hopes for this corner, but no, this corner would obviously not be safe because we've got enemies right there. Okay, we're gonna go down. We're gonna check back here. I don't think we'll be able to save back here, but we might be able to. Nope. Alright, we're gonna open up another door. And if we open up enough doors, we'll eventually be able to save. That's a promise. Oh, right, there's a whole second level here. Let's go up here. Let's open this door. And let's... Nobody in here? Getting some very alien vibes out of this particular door. Alright, let's go down to this door. Open you. This does open into a room that almost certainly has enemies in it. he's still alive. That wasn't even a top tier. How is it still alive? Okay. I think that's everybody in here. Nailed it. Fucking nailed it. Okay, I don't think we're going to be able to save from that, so we're just going to go to here. Okay, I think this is that elevator that we just saw, that's like the dumbwaiter looking thing. Okay. And I think that the doorways are a little janky here. So I am a little bit concerned about fighting like this, but that's done. That's a pretty good amount of clearance that we just got there. Cannot. We are gonna need to clear out another room. I have a suspicion that there's probably enemies up that elevator. I'm really not a huge fan of the way that these doors are designed. Okay. So we did just junk a bunch of enemies there. They do seem to be chilling. They are no longer chilling. Okay. If you just stay right where you are, that would be very convenient for me, so please do that. Okay. We've got another one of these rooms cleared. Yeah, there's somebody above me. There's somebody upstairs. So there's going to be somebody upstairs that's preventing me from saving right now. I don't think that I can get this by just doing this. I'm going to have to go through a fucking elevator or something. I don't like the looks of that door. That door spooks the shit out of me. So I think what I want to do here... I'm a little concerned about the fact that this door is open. When did you open? The fact that that door was open means that I need to be concerned about something coming through this door at me. So... What the fuck does this... Okay. What just happened? I just walked in there. I didn't press that switch. Okay. I don't see any doors opening. Yeah, there's a bunch of doors upstairs, but the ones that I'm concerned about is basically this one predominantly, in terms of preventing me from saving in the location that I was at. I think that I would need to, like, use the elevator to be able to get past that. But we did just get what we're looking for here. This, I believe, is a passageway that goes back to back to the starting room. Okay. Like, this is the top of that cargo elevator, I think. Okay. The one that was at the end of this hallway is dead. Somehow I hit these through the wall, it looks like. Okay, we've cleared these. Let's go save. Because we can just walk up. We can walk upstairs now. Do we walk upstairs or do we kill this one last enemy? Do we risk it? Do we risk it for the biscuit? We're risking it for the biscuit because it's better content, okay? I'm a slave to the content. That's me. You all know me, famously slaving.
I don't know.
Ooh, there is more than one in this pack. Okay, that one's dead. Okay, that's somebody from somewhere else. Okay, we're going to tag you with this. That is a lethal shot. We're at 70%. Anybody else in this room? There's nobody else in this room. So we've cleared the cargo elevator. And we can save the game! That's so true. Greed does kill all of my enemies. Greed pays. Didn't you hear? Greed is good. That's the motto. That we live by. Over here. And by over here, I mean kind of everywhere. That is kind of like the global philosophy. Okay, so this means that probably we can finish this today. We only have 18 minutes left, which is that's enough time to finish this dungeon, and this dungeon is the last thing that we need to do here. So with this dungeon cleared, we will be able to start up the end game Verdant quest. Okay, there's a boss in this room. What are you? You're swift. That's concerning.
Ready to use.
Okay, so the swift one, the fact that it's swift doesn't matter that much because the enemies here are very cagey. They don't really have their shit together, in my opinion. They just don't have their eye on the ball. But yeah, if we can get this dungeon cleared, then I think tomorrow we can finish the Verdant quest, and then we'll be done with the caster run. We will have finally done our caster run. And then we can move back to torturing myself on melee runs at some point. I'm probably going to need a break before I do a melee run, just because it's going to be so damn painful. It's going to be real rough going back to not having any tools. Yeah, we finished Might Magic 8 earlier today. So... Or at least it's complete-ish, okay? We blew up the crystal, but we don't have anybody to talk to about the fact that we blew up the crystal, as far as I can tell. So, I don't know what... I don't know what to tell you. The merchant at Alvar is just like... Or not Alvar, at Thanger is just like, oh... Well, I guess, talk to the sage about what we're gonna do. It's like, what we're gonna do? The crystal's blown up already. What are you talking about, what we're gonna do? What's been done? We done did it. Why what? We done did it. Because, yeah, we have a quest, consult the Xanthor, but, like, Xanthor's like, oh, good job, you did the thing. No, I don't have a quest completion for you. Why would I have that? And nobody else wants to talk to me. The monarchs have already left, so they're not even in their house. Can't talk to them. Xanthor doesn't have shit to say. So it's just like, oh, okay, that's kind of a anticlimactic. Because when you finish 6, you get a huge burst of EXP. Which you don't get like a huge burst of EXP when you do it on
I have too much.
on 8. Saving the world ain't worth shit. So, I guess we should probably get ourselves some shinies. Loop this, pop back here. Yeah, I do wonder what kind of party would be fun to do. Yeah, the one thing that's very sad about like party-based games is so many of them are very, very like narratively driven. And when I'm playing a party-based game, I just don't want. I mean, the ending of Might and Magic 8 is sci-fi, right? Like the guy who's behind everything is a robot, right? I mean, there's like a cutscene where he's like, "Oh, tell them that I failed" or whatever, right? Because like the whole basic idea of it is that the reason that the elements are going crazy is some guy showed up and put down a crystal that made the elements go insane. The reason he did that is that his job is to go around to all the planets that the Krigan show up at and eradicate the planet. Because the Krigan will take over the planet and then just use it like the Zerg, basically. So the but he basically doesn't. He's like, oh, the Krigan are gone? Well, shit. I got sent here, but I don't necessarily want to do this thing, but also I'm literally a robot, and my free will is existent but limited. Here, let me give you... Here, let me undermine my orders by telling you how to defeat me. Oh, Jesus. I can't teleport. Because I'm not... Oh, maybe I can? Can I? Oh, I can teleport out. Is it worth bothering to do that? We actually, like, locked ourselves in a thing. No, the game didn't crash. I was inside the door. I was inside the door, so basically I couldn't interact with the map. Yeah, I didn't know that was possible. Did not know it was possible, but I'm not willing to reload for it, so we're just gonna go back to Avley.
It is closed.
Use all the rest of our food, just getting back to Avley. Now, could we pick up food? Yes, but will we? Probably not. Probably not. We're 80% done. We can just walk out the door if we want to. Oh, do I have any of my buffs active? Wait a second. I do. So our buffs do reactivate when you get into the place. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I was not expecting that. As soon as the doors started closing on me, I was like, wait a second. This could be very bad. And then... Ooh, problem. Ooh, that there's a problem. I didn't loot everything over here. So, it's interesting that it says, do you want to leave the shoals if I start going up? If I start going up, what happens? I'm going to check. This is probably just taking me to Avley, right? Oh. Took me to a weird place in Avley. Okay. Alright, so we pop back in here. We have 0 food. That's fine. We don't need food. Who needs food? Alright, let's... Okay, we're gonna go upstairs. We're gonna see if there's an enemy. Oh shit, there is! And the door opens automatically. We can probably make that work by... Oh, we can just invis. What am I doing? Come on, get with the program. Get with the program, Monsieur Tollet. Monsieur... Monsignor Tollet. Oh, does this go back down? Oh, no, something else is happening. Okay. Oh, jeez! I was trying to whip bodies! Maybe click. Maybe click. Oh, that's a boss. This is definitely gonna go fine. It's definitely not gonna bite me in the ass that I didn't save just now. What's gonna happen is we're gonna clear out every single enemy in this tunnel. In doing so, is going to make it so that I can save. We have 1 enemy left and 4.5% left. So that's... We're set. No shot that this one enemy isn't worth 4.5%, right? Okay. Oh boy. That was spoopy. Chip. Okay, that one's dead. I don't know how we managed to fight so many enemies in this area and not trigger this one, but okay. So these doors are closed? No, yeah, they were closed. Okay. Okay. So this is some sort of brig. Okay, so that's done with this. So now we just need to go back downstairs. We haven't looted this room, but what we're going to do... We're going to walk outside and save the game. We're not going to take the risk. I'm tempted, but I will persevere. I will not be tempted to struggle. Where did my wisp go? Actually? Do wisps actually have a limited duration? Huh. I'll have to go check one of the areas that I was at before and see if there's a wisp. So, does this work? Oh, it does. That's not gonna bite me in the bass. That's not gonna bite me in the bass later. I should probably do this. Okay, we have 4 minutes left. We gotta do it. Oh, this is the bridge already. Okay.
Got it.
Oh, you just close automatically if I engage in certain types of movement. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. We are not in the green, but we don't need to be. We are at 100%, and with us at 100%, we can just save whenever we want. We're still not in the green. Wait, does this mean we're, like, done? It does, doesn't it? That is what finishing means. Huh, imagine that. When you finish all of the expansions, all of the distinct sets of zones, and you run out of distinct sets of zones that you haven't cleared, that does mean...
No room.
I did not actually mean to pick this up. I didn't mean to pick that up either. Didn't mean to pick that up either. We are on a roll for accidental pickups here. Alright, let's save this again. So where the fuck am I going? There's another enemy around this side somewhere. I don't know. Okay, it's not in here. Is there... Wait, is there a door on this side as well? There's not. Well, where the fuck is the enemy? Is it in here? It's not in the captain's chair. Well, and where the heck is ya? Okay, what happens if I press... Ah! Nope, that's not it. I mean, probably, considering that this is... I'm in the green over here now. Okay, that's literally just an elevator within this room. Where the fuck is the enemy? Maybe it's on this side? If I go about halfway down this side... Okay, we're still in the yellow over... Yes, so it's got to be over here somewhere. It's presumably in this chain of doors. It's either upstairs or downstairs. We'll figure... Oh, yeah, I never went up this. Okay, so I did go up this. It just looks different from this part. Is there somebody in one of these cells or something? Did I just not notice there's a droid in one of these cells? Nope. We've lost our entire lead. Just trying to track down the... Ah, there we go. It's this door that I didn't do. There is a boss in here. Yeah, I was right to be alarmed about this door. This is not going to be as safe. Oh, the reason that they're shooting like that is that they have they have a triple shot. That makes sense. So that the shot that's going to my right is going to my right because they have a triple shot. So they're shooting directly at me, and they're shooting to their left. And the shots that are going to their left are going around the door, but they're not homing in on me because only I think the middle shot actually homes in on you. So, gotcha. So we're saving the game, and we are picking you up. We are going to immediately town portal back to the pit. We can't save in the pit right now.
Customers? Goblin grub good.
We can save in the pit right now. Alright. So now we just need to go talk to the evil assholes, and then we can take over the world or whatever. Except apparently the Arathians are fine. Though maybe they're just lying. Maybe the Arathians are refugees and they don't want to admit it to foreign powers. That's a reasonable interpretation, I guess. Though, I mean, I don't know what they're doing. I guess they're just, like, slumming it. They're just, like, going and, like, hanging out at being treated as if they're royalty, even though they're basically not anymore. Because their nation got conquered. I could see a world where that makes sense. Okay, let's save this under caster save. Let us... Okay, which one is this?
It's closed.
Okay. Okay. Final cutscene. We do the most boring thing. You know what's also funny? Is that blasters, like, disintegrate the body, right? It's kind of funny to think that we're, like, specifically using the technology to make a kind of weapon that's kind of garbage for our necromancer faction. Yeah, it just evaporated the body, right? So, the... It's also funny that they don't even use them to make, like, blaster rifles. They just make the garbage blasters with them. They're just making, like, the garbage tier blasters. Okay, mission successful. We've finished all 3 games. And now we can teleport back to Harmondale. That's not Harmondale. And tomorrow we will we're going to teleport back to the pit as well. Just felt the need to come back here for some reason. Where are you? Ghosty. Okay. Go to Harmondale. There we go. We can save the game under caster save, and we can save it under caster nonsense as well. And so tomorrow we will do the cactus dungeon. It might be a little easier because I have access to invis and fly. Though I think I'm not supposed to fly. I think that's why I was creating all those cactuses. Is I'm not actually supposed to fly there, and if you fly, it spawns a bunch of cactuses. I don't fucking know. But that's going to be it for today. So thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to stream for you today, and I hope to see you again next time when maybe we'll be starting stream early and doing some Genshin stupidity. Maybe we won't. Who knows what we're going to do tomorrow? Maybe we'll start on time. Maybe we start early. Either way. You know, apologies to the YouTube audience who has no fucking idea what's happening. To the YouTube audience, it's just like, okay, well, it's just the first 30 minutes of stream. I have to like skip past it to get past this nonsense you're doing, to see the actual video playthrough that I'm doing. And I guess I could like clip it or whatever, but we're not doing that. Anyway, that's it. Later, folks.